Welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lunch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you. And let's party! Big shout out to the replay gang. Thank you so much for coming back to watch this, even though you missed the live party. Guys, that is the best part. So make sure you are here every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whatever I feel like it. So hit that subscribe, ring the bell, and you will never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. Let's also say thank you to my6shirt.com. You can get one of these awesome blazers, the only place to get your very own, the Indian Jesus official merch. More designs coming soon at my6shirt.com. All right. What is good? Welcome to the party, guys. Guys, I am so excited for this one. There has not been a lot going on. And, as much as I love talking to you guys about religion and being challenged by you guys, it takes a lot out of me. So when we can get back into the actual policies and culture and stuff, where I feel like you guys are on my team. I know we're all on the same team, but you can definitely tell the difference. So we cover a lot of episodes of the PBD podcast because he has great guests. But this time we are covering PBD on Bill Maher's podcast. So they actually went on for a while. And there was just this little thing at the beginning I had to show you guys, and then we're going to fast forward to the goodies. As always, guys, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
You know, he could not have been greater. And but he's like 93 or something. Mm-hmm. And he does not betray that at all, as far as like the way he speaks, the way he engages, the way, people like, this is the problem we were having right now with Trump and Biden. Trump, of course, is even more demented and full of dementia, but they're around the same. But Biden wears it horribly. He shuffles and he looks fucking old as dirt.
Okay, well, thank you, Bill Maher, for demonetizing the stream. Shout out to Atari Legend in the building. Welcome to the party. We also got Soil to Soul. Welcome to the party, guys. Very, very good to see you. But yes, you heard that correctly. He just said that Donald Trump is more demented or has more dementia than Joe Biden.
He shuffles and he looks fucking old as dirt.
And Trump is more dementia than Biden?
Yes.
You didn't just say that. You said the
Trump. Oh, you like Trump more than Biden?
No.
I mean, you can.
In the area of dementia.
And notice how already he switched. Oh, you like Trump more than nobody said like. You said dementia.
There's a lot of things you could say. Did you
see what Trump said this weekend?
Yeah, the whole thing about Nancy Pelosi and Nikki Haley.
Right.
And then he, somehow, some way, everybody from the media comes out and says, no, that wasn't Nikki Haley who shut down and controlled security. It was Nancy, Pelosi.
Shout out to Zippy the Strange. Welcome to the party. So Trump acts and talks like a silly CEO. Bill is playing the TDS. Indeed. And so since maybe Bill needs a competency test, I wouldn't be mad at it. I would not be mad at it. Welcome to the party, guys.
But to say dementia between the two, I mean, look, Biden, you listen to 100 speeches, you can't even, he can't even go through his speeches.
Yeah, this whole subject, I feel like is...
Oh, yeah, you brought it up. You brought up the dementia, but now let's just move on.
Kind of the red herring of the election. It never engages me that much because, I know who Biden is and I know who Trump is. We've both seen them a lot. And, yeah, they're both not at their life's peak for them. And it's sort of baked in, and I don't think, does it really make me think that it's affecting how Biden makes decisions and runs the country? No, it's not. He doesn't look good running for president. He doesn't look good, publicly as president. That's not the important part of being president. The important part of being president is the decisions you make in small rooms where there aren't people around to look at you stutter, and where you're not as nervous, and where you don't have to make a speech. You can just listen to advisors and use your wisdom. That's the key part of being president.
You think he does that?
Biden, yes, absolutely.
You really believe he does that?
You believe like it's like a mechanical. Yes, people really believe it. Like half the country thinks he's done a pretty good job.
No, they don't. No, they don't. They think, okay, I have to convince myself that he's done a decent job because I hate Trump and that's the way it has to be. So they talk about some other stuff, going back and forth on that. But I just had to show you that this man legitimately thinks not in terms of who do you like more, not who is more effective, simply on who is more affected by dementia between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. And Bill Maher said Donald Trump. Crazy. All right, so let's jump ahead a little bit and see what they're getting into.
I mean, these two guys. But back to the original.
Oh, okay.
No, Biden's not done a bad job. Why do you think he has?
That was a perfect skip ahead.
What's so awful?
Zibby says Trump did a good job. Oh, wait, he's talking about Biden. Damn, Bill, can I have the drugs you are on? I mean, I don't know if you could find anything that good, but.
So when Trump was becoming 2016, when he was going to be president, everybody said World War III is going to get started. Do you trust him with the nuclear button? What if he starts this? What if he starts that? Everybody's like, oh my God, end of the world, war is coming. Everybody was worried about it. This guy's going to be a dictator. That's all mainstream media ever talked about.
Yeah, just on day one, okay.
Then he's president, 2.5 years.
Nothing. New
COVID then happens. Of course, things change. It was a surprise to everybody. 0 wars, 0 issues. ISIS disappears. Temperature for war is down. Economy is doing well.
The plan for Afghanistan and getting out of Afghanistan was perfect.
Everybody's happy. COVID happens. Rather than choosing to, put the onus and the responsibility on China, what do? We put it on Trump. Trump's the enemy.
Now, I will say Trump was the president of the United States. Trump was the one who decided to lock everything down. For better or for worse, that was him. As we said, to be fair to Bill, he is creating leading one-sided questions to try and get an interesting reaction and answer. And that's why I'm so excited for this episode, guys, because you're going to see a jockeying back and forth. You guys know that I always like to have a type of lens that we should be watching this through and not just kind of passively taking this in. And so the lens that I want you to see is that both of these guys are trying to win. They are trying to win, but they are doing a fantastic job at kind of being passive aggressive in not a catty way, but a professional way, while still getting their digs in and all of that stuff. Shout out to Guam Tech. Welcome to the party. Welcome to the party. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The clips. Oh, we're going to get into it.
Happy. COVID happens. Rather than choosing to, put the onus and the responsibility on China, what do? We put it on Trump. Trump's the enemy. Then America gets more and more divided. When 9/11 happened, we didn't say it's Bush's fault. We said 9/11, except for Michael Moore. When 9/11 happened, we didn't say it's Bush's fault. 9/11 happened, we said the enemy's out, America united. So I think we had an opportunity.
Mm-hmm. I was just talking about this. I was just talking about what a waste. What a waste that if our country has to go through something horrible, at least there should be the silver lining that we all come together, like with 9/11. And that did not happen with COVID.
To be united during COVID, I think we missed the mark by picking on that guy. And then it was, you're a Democrat, you're a Republican, I'm supposed to hate you. And then there was division. Then Biden gets elected, and everyone's like, this guy's going to be the president of peace. Really? Yeah, okay, cool, let's see. He's going to be the one that's going to bring peace. Shambles with Afghanistan. Then you got Ukraine and Russia. Then you got Israel and Hamas.
I don't like when you're saying things that are right that don't go to my narrative. Okay.
I get it. You're on the red team. I don't have a team.
What about that? I mean, you're on this team. Specifically, you saying you're on the red team? Projection. Oh, we're going to get drunk tonight, boy. There's going to be a lot of projection in this. It's so sad. It's so sad that you host one of the, yeah, exactly. You host one of the biggest political shows on TV. Like, okay, TV is not that big of a deal anymore. But when it was still one of the biggest political shows on TV. And this is your level of engaging. Quantic said, I'm glad PBD sat up in his chair. That suit lacks the posture and was making him look like a little pudgy. I didn't notice that. Good observation.
Israel and Hamas.
Okay, I get it. You're on the red team. I'm not. I don't have a team
So
like
it's not
this.
about the red team.
It really is, because it's like, it's so easy to like pick apart.
Is it though? Or is it about I'm Bill Maher and whatever I say is right, and I'm not on either side, but it just so happens that everything I say falls in line with this, that, and the other. Okay,
Afghanistan. I feel
guys, if that gets, I love doing Bill Maher's impression. So if you get tired of it, just let me know.
like that's such a
It will
bullshit
be
one.
gone.
Yeah, did they stick the landing? No, they didn't. They did not stick the landing on Afghanistan.
Oh, is that how we're gonna say it? Stick the landing. Like, you did a fantastic job, but just you just didn't stick the landing. Cope and semantic obfuscation. No. It's not that they didn't stick the landing. They completely botched it.
I'm not 1,000,000% sure that it would have gone differently. However they.
This is exactly this. This is what you're going to see over and over and over and over and over. It's incredible. It's incredible. Shout out to Donald Berry over on Instagram. So the Soul says, I think it will age gracefully. Love the impression. There we go. There we go. And like I said, it's not going to stop. I'm going to keep it coming. So if you are annoyed by it, let me know and I will stop.
They did it.
Let's back it up.
1,000,000% sure that it would have gone differently. However they did it, whoever did it. But no, probably somebody could have done it in a more efficient way. What I know is he was the one who had the guts to do it, which needed to be done. Nobody.
Except it was Trump's plan. Like, that was the plan for Trump to do it and for Trump to win and to Trump to do it. Like, that was, he just, okay, whatever. Shout out to Mike W in the building. Welcome to the party. So I don't think Bill Maher dislikes Donald Trump because of his policies. He just doesn't like him personally. Yeah, that's most of the people who have TDS. Because you can disagree with his policies, but to act as if his bad policies that which you dislike are so much worse than the opposing position, looking at Biden's worst policy, like that's a six a dozen half a dozen the other. They're all politicians suck, all politicians blah, 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 blah. The only way you can have this position is by looking at him personally and not anybody else. Welcome to the party, brother. Sippy says, either nitpick or do not nitpick. There is no answer. Shout out to Bill Bradley. Welcome to the party. Long time no see. Very glad to have you here. What does Bill Bradley say? Always with some awesome commentary. He said Trump set the withdrawal date and Biden pushed it back and still botched it. Exactly. But well, Biden did it. Okay. Who was the president? It was Biden. So that goes to Biden. Okay. And yeah, they didn't stink the landing. Crazy.
What I know is he was the one who had the guts to do it, which needed to be done. Nobody else would rip off the Band-Aid. But
I can't believe I had to stop it at the same spot again. Like, no, wrong. Shout out to Animal Instinct in the building. Welcome to the party. So Nikki Haley's appearance on SNL was the most cringe, embarrassing moment of the year so far. Was that this past weekend? It must have been horrible. Because not even the liberals were making fun of it. I did not know that she was even on SNL. That's how little Nikki Haley matters.
Guts to do it, which needed to be done. Nobody else would rip off the Band-Aid. But it just in general, these sort of like
Trump was going to do it in May, and he was going to do it in a different way. So let me ask a question a different way with you.
Okay, but this rosy picture of Trump that you paint,
Projection! What rosy picture? All he said was that Trump had a plan to get out in March. Well, okay, but this rosy picture you want of Trump, he said grab him by the pussy. As we said, Trump had to rip off the Band-Aid. Biden was trying to stitch it on. There you go.
This rosy picture of Trump that you paint, I don't know why it has to be so red team, blue team. I'll give.
Oh, wrong button, but projection. The only reason it has to be so red team, blue team is because you keep saying it. We're 16 minutes into my stream. We skipped a bunch, but we're 16 minutes into my stream, and he's already said a color and a team 3 times. What are we doing?
That the worst things that could have happened under Trump did not. You're right. He did not nuke a hurricane as he once proposed or thought about. That alone.
But you do know that, what is it, HARP or something, where they literally do send things into the clouds to control the weather? Like, that's not a conspiracy theory. You're just stupid.
Should be scary enough that he considered it. There are good people around him. I'm glad there's good people around him who will convince him that you can't nuke a hurricane. But that is the kind of stable genius you think was a good president, or you want back there?
Yup.
That doesn't keep you up at night. So, like, did he do that? No. Doesn't mean he wouldn't in the future. He's insane.
Why? Why do you think that? I mean, sure, it doesn't mean that he wouldn't do it in the future, but why? What reason do you have to think that he would do it in the future? That makes no sense to me.
In a lot of ways, truly insane. And yes, the economy, not a hard thing to do if you do that kind of Republican, tax slashing of the richest. It does put a lot of money in society. Of course, they get most of it back, but
yeah, shout out to Ian. Bill Maher thinks he is far more informed than he actually is, by far. And we could all have disagreements this way, that way, 10 ways to Sunday, but you have to have a little bit of humility, and there is none. So he said, nuke hurricane is, yeah, that was a joke. Well, no, I don't think it was a joke. I don't remember specifically what that thing was, but I think it's HARP, right? HAARP? HARP weather. Yeah. They do stuff. I don't know exactly what it is, but like, they put stuff in the clouds to control when it rains. Like, it's not like an on-off switch, but it's a real thing. It's not a joke. Like, it is what it is, bro. It's like, oh my God, he thinks there's these things called computers. Okay. Ian Hartman said, PBD got Bill Maher good when he pressed on Bill not having any children. Yep, we gonna get there. We gonna get there, brother. Comments said, Bill literally admits to not following the news and being uninformed. Yeah, and we just pulled it out. It's real. It's real. Just because you don't know it, you must know everything. So if you don't know it, that means it doesn't exist. Just like, I'm not even going to go there. But you know, I know exactly what I was about to say. Hey, there she is. Shout out to Leslie McDowell. Welcome to the party. She's like, when we get there, I got a lot to say. So do I. Welcome to the party. So he says, I almost want to say Bill is acting, playing the typical libtard. Yes, his heart is real, but the nuke part is the joke. No, that was a story. That was a story that if you didn't hear the actual, I mean, let's find. There's so much in here. I don't want to take too much time away from other stuff, but Trump nuke hurricane.
So they're reporting that this is one of the most powerful hurricanes ever to hit our country. Is that actually a fact?
Apparently, President Trump, in private conversations with members of his staff, had asked the question, or posed the question, can we nuke a hurricane to break it down, to destroy it before it makes landfall and does damage? Of course, hurricanes are billion-dollar weather disasters in many cases. Hurricanes can cause tremendous damage to both life and property. There have been serious scientists who have looked at this and thought about this dating back to the 1930s. However, what we've learned about hurricanes is that hurricanes contain a tremendous amount of energy on multiple orders of magnitude greater than any nuclear bomb. So a nuclear bomb is but a pinprick compared to the energy that a hurricane contains. So if you put a...
So what you're saying is, what you're telling me is that nuking a hurricane wouldn't be enough. That's why it's a dumb idea, not because, oh, you want to nuke, because it wouldn't be strong enough. And again, I don't remember exactly. I thought that was going to be the quote. I don't know exactly what the quote was. I don't remember what the quote was, but he was talking about HARP. He was talking about HARP. That's it. There's no two ways about it. If you don't know that, then Bill Maher, then you're just uninformed.
Just, it does put a lot of money in society. Of course, they get most of it back, but Biden's the one who had the harder job, which was making sure the economy didn't crash after the pandemic, which I thought it would. I said, how can you spend $6 trillion, more than we spent on World War II, in just a couple of years, and soft landing. I mean, no, I could give you the stat.
Did you just say anything, Bill? What was that?
In just a couple of years, and soft landing. I mean,
I don't know what that means.
I could give you the stats, but it's.
Could you? Because it doesn't sound like you know what you're talking about. And yeah, Zippy, that's the thing that we always talk about, is that when you realize how much Trump actually is, maybe not necessarily making a joke, but speaking in generalities and in hyperbole and stuff like that, the crazy factor goes down by a magnitude of 10 times. It's just like, oh, you were joking. Like, oh, okay, I get that. Like, yeah, if you were serious, I think that was crazy too. Leslie said, no way you can change the atmospheric pressure with one bomb. I agree. Yeah, right. That's the only issue with it. I mean, not the only issue. You know what I mean? What makes Trump great? He acts like a big kid, and that's better than an uptight a-hole. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah.
Landing. I mean, nope. I could give you the stats, but it's if Trump was president.
Are you surprised? I'm just happy that PBD is here to put him in his place.
You don't think he would be bragging about this economy? You don't think he would be bragging about those numbers?
No, he wouldn't be bragging about those numbers. He would have better numbers to brag about.
It's interesting.
The stock market, the unemployment level, inflation going down.
I think
isn't that all true?
Yeah, don't let your guest talk.
True.
I think.
You're such a politician. You can't just answer the question.
No, I
remember that. Remember who started. Oh, you're such a politician. You won't just answer the question. Remember who said that.
True.
I think.
You're such a politician. You can't just answer the question.
No, I think your voice became so big the last 3 years, and I think you've gotten so many things on that you have a massive Republican and conservative and libertarian listeners.
I
massive.
know, because
Unfortunately.
You're right.
Why do you think, though?
I mean, actually, to be fair, as bad as Bill Maher is, he does, point out the woke stuff, and I mean, it gets a lot worse. But if we're talking about the list of the worst, I was going to say he's at the top, but I guess that would mean he's at the bottom. But you know what I mean.
Why do you think that is?
Because I call out the left on their bullshit.
Which bullshit?
The left?
No, I know, but what part of the bullshit? I agree.
Oh.
So, the whole thing you said, by the next 20 years, we're all going to...
And again, with the left, ready to jump down his throat at every single thing he says.
Be gay. That one thing they did that went right, that was phenomenal, right? You gave out stats. It was data-driven, 0.07% traditional,
that was a joke at the beginning of it.
But
Oh, there's jokes allowed. Oh, people are allowed to joke now. Okay. Bill Bradley says Biden counts businesses opening back up as the economy opened back up. So he counted the business opening back up as the economy opened back up as Biden job creations. He's scrounging for credit just because, like all of the businesses got shut down and then were able to open up because COVID was over. That has nothing to do with Biden, except for the fact that they're in a way worse position than if they wouldn't have shut down in the first place. Context, and I'm pretty sure the leftist tactic these days is 1, ask a question, 2, keep interrupting so nobody can actually hear the answer. Example, CNN versus Vivek. Yep. It said, rich, famous, powerful man that has no children and has never been married. There's only one type of man that fits that description.
Hurrah!
Andrew Tate?
But no, of course, I understand what you're talking about. It was about the trendiness that there is why you're asking me why they like me. I'll tell you why. Because take an issue like that. There is a sensible answer there that is not what either side is saying, which is that trans is, of course, a real thing.
Yep. A real mental illness. Yes, absolutely, very real.
Some people are just born and they feel like not like the body they have, put it that way.
Yes, correct.
And that's a real thing.
Yes.
And they should be allowed to enjoy a great life.
Yes, they should be able to transition just as they like as adults, as long as they are adults. Absolutely. Hey, shout out to Culture Hop with B Hop. Welcome to the party. Another awesome YouTuber just dropped the link to his channel. Please go check him out. So they'll cure cancer before they figure out how to cure Bill's TDS. Yep.
With no judgment and support.
Zippy, I don't want to keep that one up, but that was a good one.
And Sometimes actual surgery, if that's your choice. I'm a libertarian. Do
As an adult, you are not a libertarian, Bill.
what you want with your body.
As
long
an
as it
adult.
doesn't hurt somebody else. And there's
Namely a
an
child.
element now that is also trendy. Both things are true. But of course, you know, if you say that, you don't have a team. And I don't want either one of those fucking teams.
And so that I believe him when he says, I don't want a team and blah, 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 blah. But it's unfortunately your team, Bill, who've claimed you because you are just woke enough. You're just in line with them enough that you can speak out only because you're one of them. You're the one that gets to speak out. That's one of them. But anybody else who has your exact same positions, they say, is on the other team. And they make it a zero-sum game that everybody has to be on a team. So if you're not with us, you're against us. And so I get why Bill doesn't see that change because he's old and he's not in touch with anything. But unfortunately, it has turned into, yes, you are on this team or the other team. Unfortunately. The headlines, yeah. I mean, I gotta show them what I agree with, you know. Bill said adults can live their own delusions, but I don't have to participate in said delusion. That is my issue. It is not my job to affirm the feelings of another adult. Honestly, I don't even think that would be much of an issue that got much play if it was just, if that was the end of it. I think, number one, a lot of people would be willing to be like, okay, fine, I don't give a shit. What are your pronouns? And just say it. And then enough people would do it that the transes would, you know, if somebody misgenders them, yeah, that maybe they might use it, but it wouldn't be a thing as much. The fact that they go after the children makes everything super high stakes and everybody's up in arms. Shout out to Vidu V's. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. I am a proud atheist. But Hindu values, Christian values, they all work for me. I was hoping to vote for Vivek Ramaswamy, but welcome to the party. He said on greater than 90% of issues, Bill Maher agrees with the far left. Exactly. I don't want to be on their team.
Of course, you know, if you say that, you don't have a team. And I don't want either one of those fucking teams.
No, unfortunately, if you say that and believe it, not like what Ian's saying, if you say that and believe it, then you're on our team, the misfits, the not team, the people who don't want to play a team game and realize that this isn't a sport. Like Emma Vigilant was saying on that panel with Destiny and was it Marge? I don't remember who else, but we see this as real life. So when you don't see it as real life, there's the people there's the team who sees it as a team sport, and there's a team who sees that this is real. And as far on the other side of this team that you might be, unfortunately, you're on a team.
That's why they.
But by the way, so libertarian.
But that's the truth. It's somewhat trendy.
Interrupting again. Guys, if you could do me a huge favor and just hit that like button. It's free. It takes 2 seconds, and it would mean so much to me. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah.
Kids are just doing it sometimes because the grossest thing to be would be anything hetero or cis.
I think it's weird. I think it's very weird. So that's one. So you brought that up. And that got a lot of parents, left, right, middle, doesn't matter where you are, who have kids, are like, look, I just want my kids to be good. I'm not trying to celebrate and force my kids and say, thank God I got a gay kid. I'm so happy.
We'll come back to this. V2, am I saying that right? V2 says, I'm a woman and I just saw your cheesecake video. And to be honest, that woman was a piece of shit. I totally agree with you and talking about Dr. Evil Genius on that episode. So sorry for the ignorant ladies. Well, thank you so much. And you never have to apologize for things that you did not do. So we have plenty of ladies here who are exactly saying the same thing that you are. So sounds like you are in the right place. Welcome to the party. Bill, so they are transing away the gay. More than 80% of kids treated at the Havertalk Clinic came in same-sex attracted. And that's okay. So yeah, exactly. They're and that's going to what Bill was just saying, is that even though, yes, there are people who have gender dysphoria and would be happier presenting as the opposite gender, whatever. And we don't need to stop those people as long as they're not hurting anybody. But the reality of the situation is that the numbers that we see do not match what we would expect. And so the percentage of the trans community that's in that second group, where it's just because it's trendy, is way, way way larger than the left wants to give credit to. Because I say Iran that largely bans homosexuality, funds trans surgery because not because of inclusivity, they do it to trans away the gay. Yikes! Yikes! The joke is Abrahamic mental disorder.
What?
I don't get it. I don't get it. Am I stupid? Somebody explain it. All right, let's back.
And that got a lot of parents, left, right, middle, doesn't matter where you are, who have kids, are like, look, I just want my kids to be, I'm not trying to celebrate and force my kids and say, thank God I got a gay kid. I'm so happy. If the kid is gay, he's gay. Not the celebrating the fact that he is gay. Let me help you become even more gay than you are. It's a little
I mean, I've seen gay people hung from cranes in Iran.
Yeah, I lived there 10 years.
I'm saying.
I know, the biggest comedian, they killed him, they cut his dangle and put it in his mouth.
Is that right?
Yeah. And
in his mouth? Well, I mean, oh, God.
in Germany at a hotel. But so let me go back to.
They cut his dick off
and put it in his mouth.
That's such a mob thing to do.
That isn't. You know who did that? The same people a lot of these guys support with Hamas and the Iran funded the, militias that's being created. They did that to that comedian. There's a lot of vicious things that happened during that. But I want to stay on this topic with you. I'm curious because I think you were one of the most necessary voices the last 3 years. And I said this in a video earlier.
Well,
we talk about it on the podcast all the time. I put you in the camp of.
All right, let me. Let's just
you
because I disagree.
It's like 10 names that I put up. Super necessary because.
Hashtag super necessary. Shout out to Jorge Masvidal. So it's very interesting. Whatever category he's about to say, Bill Maher and Joe Rogan fall into that category. So I'm very interested to see what he's going to say about that. The news says, yes, she was definitely horrible, and I feel angry when I see ladies like these. Yeah, and because it gives women everywhere a bad name the same way when guys who are dicks give dudes a bad name, and it makes dating harder for everybody. For everybody. And I do some more dating stuff. We haven't done dating stuff in a while. And yeah, I think, there's a lot to be said about it. And you can kind of go back and forth, but we got to revisit that. Maybe that'll be Wednesday's show, something about dating.
It's like 10 names that I put up.
Yeah. So what could this group possibly be? 10 names. One is Rogan, one is Bill Maher, and they're all in the same category.
Super necessary because you're not supposed to have the positions that you have. Then you said you sat with Seth MacFarlane, phenomenal conversation. The one that you had, I watched that one. Then he had Jimmy Kimmel on. I love the fact that he came on the podcast. I applaud him that he came on, and he actually sounded reasonable when you guys were talking. And the COVID vaccine position you took, and you said you took one for the camp, you took one for the team, right?
Took one for the team.
Right. So you took one
for the team. Bill saying, probably talking about the classical liberals. Rogan and Maher are just classical liberals. Maybe. But I see in terms of especially because they're talking about trans stuff and the cultural war issues, even though they're both classically liberal, they're very far apart on the specific issues. I mean, remember that Rogan was the face of everything that was wrong with ivermectin and all that stuff. So, maybe, but he said specifically on the COVID stuff. And maybe it's that he's going to say that they weren't conspiratorial, but they were legitimately asking questions. That seems to be the only thing that makes sense. One thing that I love PBD's self-control and conversation tactics in this. He's so great at complimenting his way to a real answer. Sales 101. Yeah, exactly. I go by Lutch. Lutch, clutch without the C. I go by Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus. And of course, we got my co-host Morty passed out in the chair over here. Just learn about your joy to listen. Oh, thank you. Wouldn't surprise me if the channel blows up. Oh my goodness. Dilly to Vito. Thank you very much for the kind words. That means a lot. Thank you very much. And I'm very glad that you are here. Very glad that you are part of this. Let's party.
You said you took one for the camp. You took one for the team, right?
Took one for the team.
Right. So you took one. So you didn't want to take it for the team.
I mean, that's being a little more charitable than I deserve. I did.
That's also not very libertarian of taking one for the team.
Take one for the team,
Right.
but I also did it for myself because if I hadn't have done it, I just could not have lived my life. They wouldn't have let me within 20 feet of the building that I
think
worked.
that's okay.
That's an interesting. As Alyssa's saying, I would say Maher was a liberal. He was a far left progressive before the SJW movement. It would be more apt to think of him as a Chappelle, a Democrat turned conservative for a career. So well, real quick, I know he's a libertarian. He's said it 3 times that he's a libertarian. But I don't think Chappelle is definitely not a conservative. He's just anti, all the trans stuff on kids. And I guess that does kind of, like we were saying before, the non-team is being against any of the things that the team is for. So if that's the way we're using conservative, then it totally works. And I don't remember exactly, like I didn't watch his show Politically Incorrect, so I don't know how far left or right he was. But yeah, definitely not a libertarian, and being a libertarian is the best thing you could be. And one thing said, I still respect Bill Maher more than the average liberal. Did you see when he shut up Seth MacFarlane recently? No, that's what they were just talking about. I guess I saw that episode and I was just like, I feel like this isn't going to be much, but I guess I got to go back and check it out. Because to me, the largest delineation between the classic liberals and the progressives is the desire to lean into either individual liberties or collectivism. Maher and Rogan tend to lean into individual liberty. Tend to, as he says, he just took one for the team, right? And said, I could say that I am the second coming of Michael Jordan. Doesn't mean that it is true. No argument here. I guess they're blocking it. I don't know what you're talking about. Mike said they wouldn't let him in the building. The show was all... they wouldn't let him in the... We're talking about Seth MacFarlane? If he would have took a stand, they would have given... What did I miss? What are we talking about? What is this in reference to, Mike? Well, this is progressives tend to lean into collectivism and even to the detriment of the individual liberties. Yep.
If they wouldn't have let me within 20 feet of the building.
Sorry, bud. Okay, what are we talking about?
That I work.
Think that's okay.
No, I don't.
Yeah, but that's the
Okay, hold on.
I did take one for the team, but I also did it for myself, because if I hadn't have done it, I just could not have lived my life. They wouldn't have.
Exactly. Okay. Yes. Okay. I'm caught up now. So yeah, exactly. The point is that Mike, if you would have taken a stand, not only would you have been allowed to do what you want to do as an American and a libertarian, as you say you are, but you would have set the tone and set a precedent for other people who don't have the platform and the political gravitas that you do. What a miss. Good catch, Mike. And so the trope of Republicans being the Democrats of 10 years ago is much more accurately describes libertarians than it does Republicans. Fair enough.
For myself, because if I hadn't have done it, I just could not have lived my life. They wouldn't have let me within 20 feet of the building that I work.
Think that's okay.
No, I don't.
Then why did you do it?
Yeah, but that's the position.
No, I don't. I resent it.
Yeah.
Then stand up for something.
Yeah.
To this day. But I also, again, believe in some level of compromise.
AKA collectivism.
And that was mine. Club Random is brought to you by the audio.
You ever read the book Power versus Force?
No.
Okay, in this book, Power versus Force, they talk about how there's a lowest level of consciousness, apathy, guilt, all these things, anger, desire, all this stuff. That's a lower, and then the level you come up is what? Courage. You have the courage to have the conversation, and we have a dispute and disagreement, and we hash it out, right?
Right.
Well, we got the courage to talk about it. You got the courage to have Kid Rock here. You have the courage to have you've had everybody here. Stephen A. Smith here.
Hitler.
Yeah, you haven't had him yet, but you've had the courage to have a lot of people here, right? That's courage. Then it's acceptance that we're different.
Right.
Then willingness to talk.
Right.
And the ability to reason.
Real quick, guys, I hate begging. Please, can we just get 5 more likes on that? That would make my day.
And then it
Correct.
goes to love and a few other levels this book talks about.
Yeah.
I think
I see.
if we put levels of consciousness by political party, I think libertarian is probably in the middle. It's kind of like, look, man, do what you want to do. I accept the differences. I'm willing to have it out. But I think the left falls below 200 level of consciousness because it's a lot of force. And we know what's right for you, and you don't. There is no reason on the left.
Oh,
Yep. And V2V's has a bar right here said, I feel that the far left has now become the new right, and they're completely oblivious to it. The amount of hate that I've seen come out of the left is abysmal. Now, I mean, left and right, when it comes to the political compass, it doesn't really work that way. But I completely understand what you're saying, because like I used to I sometimes refer to myself as like a 2015 liberal. Before Trump, I wasn't really into politics, and I was just like a default liberal. And the kind of just mainstream positions that liberals had were about kindness and acceptance and screw big pharma because they're hurting the little guy and stuff like that. And even though I think that there was a big gap between the religious right and when the MAGA crowd came in, there was a little bit of a lull where the GOP really did nothing. But yeah, that religious right from the 90s, they were very, very hateful. That's a very good way to think about it. I don't know if that's the best way to say it, but it is great way to think about it. And very interesting. Those at the far end of either side of the left-right spectrum both wind up being authoritarian. Yep. Sadly sad. He says, yes, exactly. I'm the old school liberal, but now I'm a Republican. I said, shit. Me too. I like to say conservative more than Republican, because I feel like there is a meaningful difference between liberal and Democrat, and conservative and Republican, but that's kind of getting into the weeds. I am right there with you.
Sweetheart, you are preaching to the converted here. I'm always bitching about this. I do not.
You're supporting Biden, though.
Of course, because we only get two choices. I mean, what is so hard to understand about?
We do not. Nope.
Nope.
Sorry, we do not only get two choices. You can run right in whoever you want.
Worse.
They forced America to take the vaccine bill. 70%
Get
Americans took the vaccine and they didn't want to take it. A lot of them didn't want to take it.
Wait a second. When did the vaccine come about? Under Biden?
Hold on, but I want to get into this, but this is a great question. So Ian says, considering how open Satanism is these days, can we really say the satanic panic was for no reason? Yes, because what legislation is harming your livelihood or your religion, specifically from the Satanic Church? Not from secular people, not from atheists, but from the Satanists. So yes, the satanic panic either was for no reason or is not directly connected to Satanism. You could, so then I'll amend my answer. And I'll say, no, it was not for no reason. It was just incorrectly pointed at the Satanic Church, where the Satanic Church is just a bunch of people who I have a lot of opinions about Satanists because they're so close. They're so close to getting it right, but they still form a religion. It's basically a religion over nothing, but they make a religion out of it. That doesn't make sense to me. You're so close. Just get rid of all of the religion part and you're good. Bill says, every successful socialist revolution has ended in a one-party authoritarian state, for example, something the U.S. communists refuse to acknowledge. Yep. Ian said, just like how communism is so open these days, can we really say that Joseph McCarthy was crazy for calling out communist infiltration in our nation? Again, I will say no, because remember, I did amend my answer to the first one. So no, on both counts. Qualmniks to the left today were raised by the authoritarian right of the 90s. They still hold the same values, but had to rebel against the right. Now the state is their religion. Oh my God, I knew I was excited for this show. You guys are on fire tonight.
Trump.
Let's
No,
go.
it didn't. It came 2 days after election was over with. 2 days after election. A lot of them didn't
Wait
want to
a
take it.
second. When did the vaccine come about? Under Biden? No, under Trump.
No.
Thank you so much for the likes, guys.
It didn't. It came 2 days after election was over with. 2 days after election was over with, Pfizer announced it was not under Trump.
Oh,
They intentionally kept the vaccine
You're right.
after the election, so they gave the victory
That's
to
right. But
Biden.
Trump was not Trump was like, I created the vaccine.
I don't disagree with you. I agree with you.
Oh, I
He takes
see.
it as a victory. I'm on the same page with you.
Okay, but
And I mean, I do. It's frustrating because it is, as far as medical science go, Operation Warp Speed was amazing. It's just the implementation of what Operation Warp Speed created was horrible. Shout out to Indyville. Welcome to the party. So humans seem to need some sort of higher power of belief. And that is where the American identity comes in. There is nothing better than coalescing around the values of family, community, grace, gratitude, meritocracy, capitalism, all those things that exactly you follow in your church, and the people in the Hindu church and the Buddhists and all of them. But that's what they do in their own homes. That's what you do in your own home. When it comes to politics, there is a separation of church and state. And so when we refuse, I say we, meaning on the right, refuse to separate the church from the state, then we force people who agree with our values over into the other party. Welcome to the party. Vidu says, I'm sorry, but I don't agree with you much. I'm an atheist too, but I genuinely think that that it was atheism that created wokeism. I don't necessarily, again, I don't fully disagree with you. I think the fact that people moved away from religion without finding moral philosophy or something in replacement did create wokeism. They replaced God with the state. Exactly what Guantek was saying before. So I agree with you that without moving away from God, I don't think we would have wokeism. That doesn't mean that religion is true. And so that's not fair to say the truth made us do things that don't align with reality. And so I agree that moving away from religion was a step towards wokeism. But it's not the fault of the fact that religion, the reason people were moving away from religion is because the claims that religion make are not true. And so it was and there's no church of atheism. There's no ideology. There's no tenets of atheism. So I would say it would be the Republican Party that failed to provide a belief structure that didn't rely on God. That's what I'm here for. The American identity. Very interesting. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. Ian said, based on what we see now with obvious communist infiltration in our nation, can we still say he was wrong? Given what we currently see, didn't I already answer that? I said no. You are right. All right, let's jump back in here. I
disagree with you. I agree with you.
I
takes
see.
it as a victory. I'm on the same page with you.
Okay, but
it is not a vaccine, but it also isn't an experiment. It's long used technology.
But there's a difference, though.
Yeah,
This is
not
the
on
one
this
difference, Bill.
But I don't
May
even-
I say this? May I say this? And then push back. Here's the difference. You know what the difference is? How
Agreed, Mike.
many times have you heard Trump get on stage and brag about warp speed? We saved 100 million people's lives,
Can
right?
I just ask you a simple yes or no question?
Yeah.
Not exactly yes or no, but who are you voting for?
I'm voting for whoever allows me to make decisions more and not somebody that decides what's good for me or not.
Bro, we're not in a debate here.
No, the
That's
left.
I asked you a
forced me to
yes
take
or
the
no.
vaccine.
So this is fair. This is fair. Why won't you just answer the question? That's fair. But remember that he's the one. Bro, you just answer the question. And I think right here it is fair. Just like, yeah, I'm voting for Trump. Now, I think the reason that PBD is not specifically articulating it is because depending on, his businesses, he might have to think about like, oh, okay, I don't want to, just say it like that, outright. But it's not like he's quiet about it. As we said, if religion maintained its control of society, we'd be back in the Stone Age. You cannot censor and deny facts and enslave the individual to hope to sustain for long. Yep, exactly. Context said, would it be better to say it was the figureheads of atheism that contribute to more wokeness than atheism itself? I say yes. I say yes. That's a lot more fair. Yeah. I think we are all on the same page. Yep, atheism is not a worldview. It is simply the lack of an answer to the question, which God do you believe in? That's it. Leslie said, I study prehistory, economics, and propaganda, and I'm here to tell you 100% that there were 0 atheist tribes. Yahweh used to be a flood god, but kings turned him into a raider god. Read Psalms 137:39. What I'm saying is our original religions were corrupted. Yeah. And that I don't see how you can have what we would agree is a religion without the evidence of the truth claims and it not be corrupted. I don't see how that happens. Every single one of them have been corrupted because of the wiggle room that it has with the idea that, well, you just got to believe me. Trust me, bro.
We're not in a debate here.
No, the left.
I asked you a
forced me to
yes
take
or
the
no.
vaccine.
Wait a second.
the state of
We-
California and the industry you're in
Why do you think PBD is not giving a straight up Trump Biden answer?
force you to take the vaccine.
So you don't know who you're voting for.
I'm voting for whoever allows me to have more freedom with the choices I make.
And you don't know that yet?
It's definitely not going to be Biden.
Well, then it would be Trump, wouldn't it?
If it's between the two choices,
What? But look at you.
are you kidding me? It's not even a close call,
But
by
the
the
fact
way.
that you just can't own it.
I agree with Bill there, but again, I think if I had to guess, it would have to be a business thing, not like I don't want to tell anybody. What do you guys think?
Is very weird, man. You know, this like, who are
Weird.
you voting for? Well, the Constitution says it's 2 words, Trump, Biden. I'm voting for Biden. I'm owning that. Do I think he's
Yeah,
perfect?
But I don't,
no.
But I don't think
I
it's
think
like
it's
that.
not even-
I don't think it's like that. I don't think it's like
Well,
that.
just say you're for Trump.
If a person
I don't
watches
dislike you for your. I don't
but Bill,
dislike.
if somebody watches my podcast, they're gonna know who I'm voting for.
Which is precisely why it is odd that you're not just saying it. Again, I think that if the business thing isn't an answer, that makes sense. But I don't know a lot about business.
Well,
If somebody watches a podcast, they're
but
gonna
how
sit there.
odd that you can't just say it then.
Because to me, I'm voting based on values. I'm not voting based
okay,
on.
but we know.
I said, shit, me too. But the values that are more apparent in either of those people would be Trump. I'm with Bill on this specific part. Like, just say it. If you know, and you know that they know, then just say it. But again, if you know and you know, then Bill, why are you pushing this? If you already know, maybe he has a reason why he doesn't want to say it. I don't know what that reason could be outside of the business stuff. Zippy said one of the main reasons past systems lasted for a long time was due to lack of tech and logistics, with human life being less than dirt, and nobles with full rights controlling the peasants by any means. Yep, that's religion at its peak. Bill said Marxism in the early 1900s led to postmodernism in the 30s, critical theory in the 40s, post-structuralism in the 50s and 60s, critical legal theories in the 70s, intersectionality in the 80s, and critical race theory in the 90s. The evolution of the woke. Yeah. But to Vidu's point, the early 1900s, that definitely did have a lot of overlap with questioning the church. I will never deny that. If for no other reason, then I don't want to be. I don't want to seem like I'm just coping for whatever. It is very clear that moving away from God created the opportunity for wokeism. I don't think there's any way you can get around that. That doesn't mean that you should believe in a God. So the soul said, I really don't understand why the reluctance to just say point blank. It makes no sense. A little odd. Because of the path of these Frankfurt School intellectual academic thought experiments has been infested. First higher education, then all college, then high school, now all school, and has been insidious. Absolutely. And this is the thing that for at least the last 5 years, the left has said, that's not happening. What are you saying? It was Dennis Prager who was on Bill's show talking about one of the books. I'm like, well, that's not happening. Come on, man. And like, now it's all over. Or the people, well, that's just, you found one example. It's like, yes, but you are saying that you like this one example. So if you have one thing and everybody says they like this thing, what do you think is going to happen to the number of those things? It's going to go up. And then it's going to be 2. And then it's going to be 4. And then it's going to be 10. And then it's going to be every fucking school. Mike said, PBD is answering the question like Jordan Peterson answers the question if there is a God. Comment of the night. Comment of the night so far goes to Mike W. Dilly to that. Good one. All right, let's jump back in here.
Me, I'm voting based on values. I'm not voting based
Okay,
on.
but we know what the values are of Biden and Trump and their policies
You're right.
are. We know everything
The
about
left
them.
is about force. The right is about choice.
Bingo.
I don't want to be forced
Again,
to have to do something I don't want to do.
I get that. You seem to think that is the sunum bonum of all political issues. It is a very important one to me. There are other ones.
Such as what?
Uh,
What's above force versus freedom?
Based.
Crazy person in the White House.
According to who?
Well, I said he's crazy, so he's crazy. Okay. I think PBD is reluctant to say it because he knows that his message can be accepted by more ears if he keeps to the reason he's voting the way he is. Anyone can infer what he means from that. Sales. That makes sense. That does make sense. Ian said, moving away from God opened people up to questioning what is and isn't moral. It's literally the forbidden fruit, essentially. Yep. Yeah, exactly. And the fact is that with the dogma that the forbidden fruit is in fact forbidden, then yes, you want to follow the Bible, but you must first prove that the fruit, being knowledge, is forbidden in the first place. And not just because I said so, because I'm God. You know? Well, said postmodernism says there's no truth. Post-structuralism said there's not right and wrong. It is a search for meaning and morality in the absence of religion, for sure. The Frankfurt School is intellectuals untethered from any concept of objective reality, and so anything goes. Yeah, and the there are contexts in which it is helpful and I don't know, just generally good to be able to think in those ways. To be able to access the fact that you are entertaining something that may not be tethered to objective reality. That's a good thing, to be able to do that. But just like for those of you who don't know, again, I'm a professional dog trainer. One of the first things that I'll say over and over and over and over and over when I'm teaching my clients to walk their dog is that you have to remember, let's say your dog's a boy. You're walking him, he's not walking you. The idea being that most people are getting pulled around by their dog and whatever. And even the ones that are, doing pretty well, they'll be walking and the dog wants to stop and sniff this and stop and sniff that and stop and sniff that. And the problem isn't that we don't want dogs sniffing stuff while they're outside. That is not the problem. The problem is when the dog thinks that they are entitled to do so. And so we teach them, no, I'm walking you, you're not walking me. You walk with me and I will let you stop. And so then once you respect that authority, then you can do that. And so in the same way, it is good to be able to think outside of just, well, that's not what it is. What do I say all the time? If people don't know how to engage with hypotheticals or analogies, they're stupid. But you can't just think that way all the time. It doesn't work. It doesn't work because it's not real. Leslie said Nazi top brass believed in one of the masters of suspicion, not Marx, but Nietzsche. Shout out to Nietzsche. Ian says it's saying I know more than God does. Fair. Leslie said the German Volk was very Christian. Volk. But so were the communist people of Stalin's USSR. Yeah, that's a good point. And a lot of people will bring up atheism and be like, the Stalin and Mussolini's atheism. Was Stalin an atheist? He was, right? Yeah. But anyway, point being that the just because Mussolini brushed his hair and you also brush your hair doesn't make you a bad person. Just because I'm an atheist and Mussolini was an atheist doesn't mean that atheism means that you want, all that bad stuff. Goldnick's in a good way of thinking about PBD, not saying he's voting for Trump, is sell the vacation, not the plane flight. I like it. So the soul said, I guess that's why I'm not a salesman. Takes advantage of people who aren't as smart in a sense. Because if you're going to listen and think he isn't voting Trump, that gives an advantage to, and then the purpose is to appeal to the lowest IQ block, and it feels dirty. Well, hey, baby, politics is dirty.
Freedom.
Crazy person in the White House?
According to who?
Again, well, it's my opinion.
That's
it's
right.
my vote. It's all
Okay,
just like it
but
is
set
yours.
that aside.
It's hardly my.
Let's
the
go
only
2028 candidacy. Then it's not going to be Trump or Biden. Forget about the name. And we don't even see a faceless candidate. Put a faceless candidate, Bill. So we don't have a name, right? That's faceless. What values are important to you? Force or freedom?
Freedom.
I
Why is that funny?
We're not talking 24. We're going 28.
I mean, it's all good to be a reductionist, but
Why don't you just answer the question, okay? It's a very simple question, freedom or force. Just answer the question. I don't get it. Why you don't answer the question? Projection. Told you to keep that in mind. I told you to keep that in mind. They'll say the Communist Party was atheist because they saw religion as a challenge to the authority of the state. For them, it was about removing anything that might challenge the party authority. Exactly. And so the problem with the problem with atheism in this context is that it wasn't stacked on. Atheism is a position. It's not saying I believe this, I believe that, I believe. You can believe anything and be an atheist except for a god or gods. And so, again, the American identity is what we can all believe in. Something, an ideal that none of us are going to be perfect. None of us are going to have the perfect family. None of us are going to have the perfect community. None of us are going to be grateful all the time. We're not going to have perfect grace. We're not always going to look on merit. And, maybe in our homes, then dictatorships and communism work better than democracy. But the fact is that as a country and our politics, that is something. And I'm telling you that over the last 20 years, whether you like it or not, people are moving away from God and religion. If we, the people who see that replacing religion with the state is not a good thing, if we don't create that replacement, then we are destined to lose. There is no other option.
28.
I mean, it's all good to be a reductionist, but
Nope.
I'm sorry. I don't find it intellectually honest to be among the things I don't find it to think you can reduce the entire election and our way of life to 2 words. It's just too much more complicated than that.
But if
I don't want to be forced, you're
Okay.
right, to do anything
Sure.
that I shouldn't do, but I understand why they have to force me to not shoot you or force
That's
me
law and
to
order.
pay.
Yeah, that's not a force. That's allowing you to live. Yes, if it's impeding on somebody else's ability to exercise their rights, then yes, that's where we want the government to say you can't do that, or get rid of the government and let us handle it on its own. But on our own. But speaking in the context of having a government, it's only that. Well, I don't have the freedom. No, of course not, because that infringes upon my freedom to live. That's not complicated.
Or force me to pay taxes, or force me to do a few things.
I mean, I'm with you on taxes.
law
And
order.
that, and this is, and the things like the vaccine are where we start to disagree. And to me, it's even more fine than that, because there are pathogens that could potentially cause us to really need to make everyone take it. I was just reading.
Does anybody say why they're voting for Biden other than Orange Man bad?
That they are, because of global warming, the permafrost, which has not been thought out for eons, is going to melt, and there are organisms there that go back so far that humans have no contact with them, so zero resistance.
Yeah, Leslie's saying when Nietzsche said Nietzsche said God is dead, he meant we, the Romans, killed the concept of God forever. And I think he's sort of right. And we see now, 2,000 years later, that it's rich people teaching poverty. Yep, it's rich people teaching poverty. But yeah, I mean, that's what they. Yeah, absolutely. Mike said atheist should not be a word. It's only there because religion. Yep, there's no such word as a leprechaunist, because it's accepted that you don't believe in leprechauns. Let that one sink in for a second.
So this would be like the Satan bug if it got out, which is very possible that it could.
The what? The Satan bug?
Because there's not enough to worry about.
Hey, look, it's Guamtech's favorite camera angle. If you're going to have a video podcast as somebody who has maybe not the top, but one of the top and longest running HBO shows, what are those?
About. So I thought I'd throw that in the hopper. But no, really, I mean,
You're funny.
but that's a real.
You're
But that's a real thing.
you're using the 0.1% and the next fear porn they're selling us like, oh my God, this next thing has 100% possibility of killing everybody. And let's fear about the next thing that this happens and X and all this other stuff.
No, I always say it's a case by case basis. When it happens, that's why I feel like I have credibility, or should have, with the people on the other side of this debate.
What are you drinking over there? What?
I'm drinking tequila.
Didn't even offer.
Would you like some?
I wouldn't mind some.
Oh yeah, like just everything about this man. Everything about this man. Everything. Down to his fucking shoes. Speaking of what are those? Oh, we can't really see them there. But what are we doing? Oh. Like they're like rain boots, or they're like a raincoat, but in a boot. And you're not even giving your guest anything. You poured your own drink, and you waited. Oh, what are you drinking there? What a dick. What a dick.
Drinking over there. What
I'm drinking tequila. Would you like some?
I wouldn't mind some.
Oh, please.
Let me put this over here.
Ice? Right
yeah,
there?
You just make it whatever way you're.
Oh, all right. What were we talking about?
You're talking about how you have no reason to vote for Biden except that, well, a crazy man in the White House. I don't care about force. I don't care about liberty. I just care about what I care about. And it was really good for my show if Biden wins. Actually, probably be better if Trump won, but you know what I mean. Zibby said, always felt Nietzsche was more practical, that the church was no longer the hub of community, thus no longer the center of life. Yep.
Something very important.
We're talking about how funny you are
Mm-mm.
and how
You like that
necessary
camera
of a
angle?
voice you
What was
are.
I just? Thank you. But what was I just?
You were
saying?
talking about how much you love Trump, and I was.
No.
Oh, hell no. Haram.
Is this confirmed? I feel accosted. I feel personally accosted. Because, I mean, again, 2015, Bill Maher was my guy. If you haven't seen I'm putting a note in Discord right now. The first movie that I am doing, movie night, Religious. If you have not seen his documentary about religion, it's hilarious and it's good and it's whatever. But he's supposed to be the political pothead. Pathetic. What did I say? Everything about this man. Everything about this man is just
Necessary of a voice
What
you
was
are.
I just? Thank you. But what was I just?
You were
saying?
talking about how much you love Trump, and I was trying to tell you
No.
you're delusional.
No.
And,
I mean, but
you
like, you have you never been in politics? Because you honestly, don't take this the wrong way, but you do strike me as a politician. The way you like.
No.
The fact that this conversation went on as long as it did, and I still didn't know who you were voting for, and then couldn't get you to say it. I mean, this is like therapy time, man. Don't you think?
You know.
No. What did he do with it?
It did politics because
And,
I mean, but
I was trying to tell you
no.
your voice you
What was
are.
I just? Thank you. But what was I just?
You were
saying?
talking about how much you love Trump, and I was trying to tell you
No.
you're delusional.
No.
And,
I mean, but
down.
like,
Bruh.
have you never been in politics?
And Bill's like, passing off clothes as pot is a sin. Put that in Religious. I mean, you ain't wrong, brother. You ain't wrong. Welcome all the way over from Manchester, England, Virgil Kane. Good to see you, brother. Welcome to the party. Please don't forget to hit that like button.
Because you honestly, don't take this the wrong way, but you do strike me as a politician. The way you like.
No.
The fact that this conversation went on as long as it did, and I still didn't know who you were voting for, and then couldn't get you to say it. I mean, this is like therapy time, man. Don't you think?
You know.
Thank you, Virgil.
Oh, if you have to realize, Bill, the difference between my life and what I've seen, and maybe what others have seen, what maybe gives me slightly a different, unique perspective.
Oh, you're going to play the Assyrian
No,
card?
not at all. No. I'll tell you.
You see, again, projection. Because your mind is constantly on race, you assume and project that, somebody has something valuable to say. It must be about their race. Projection. Sad. It's sad, man. He just doesn't know how to speak as a person. He's always a character and a caricature. Instead, Joe Biden had to move very far to the left in order to appeal to the DNC on the national stage. So his Gavin will have to move to the middle argument is BS. I don't know. We'll move on. Yeah, fair enough.
a different, unique perspective.
Oh, you're going to play the Assyrian
No,
card?
not at all. No. I'll tell you. I'll tell you if you're interested. I'll tell you a little bit about upbringing, and then
I like that phrase. Well, I mean, if you're interested, I like how we use that.
no. I'll tell you if you're interested. I'll tell you a little bit about upbringing, and then you can dissect it
Oh,
as much
the
as you want.
Assyrians had it rough. I know.
Zero. I'm not even going to go Assyrian. No, my
Did you see
my
Killers
mother's
of the
side.
Flower Assyrians?
Do you know my mother's side? What their number one book was that they swore by? It
What?
was Communist Manifesto. My mother, they're all communists.
Really?
My mother's side.
Communists?
Russian. They're Armenian, Russian. They loved communism.
I thought they were from Iran.
But their escape Today Party. Are you familiar with the Today Party in Iran in the 70s?
No.
The Today Party were the communists of Iran.
Well, they
It was called the Today Party.
I thought Bill was a historian.
and I hear they were very up to date.
They were very up to date. They were communists. And my dad's side, they were imperialists. Okay?
Well, they were communists back in the day. Today.
Today. How much of
Bill, you just made that joke.
this have you had? Because you're already
That's
having
that's
too much
just
fun already.
that was the first sip,
Yeah.
and boy, was it good.
No,
And he brings it up again. He's like, hey, you started pouring me one, and then you didn't. I wonder if any of the comments. Bill couldn't look Patrick in the eyes. Long podcast. The P in PBD stands for patience. Bill never made him a drink. Ask you asked for one. I guarantee Pat didn't let that go unnoticed. Absolutely couldn't focus on one thing, even to make him a drink. Pause to check comments, see if anyone else caught that. Very rude. I'm an alcoholic. I wouldn't let that stand because it was water. It didn't want Pat to expose him. Oh wait, there it is. It was water. He's not even drinking tequila. Just like the pot, it's all fake. It's theater. It's theater. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Or said I've been conscripted into the UK military, so may not see you again. Pray for me. I mean, I don't pray, but good luck, buddy.
no, but the point is there's certain fears that life has caused for me and paranoia that maybe somebody
you were
else
10
is
when you
not.
left?
I was 10 years old when I left.
So what did you see when you were a
What
kid?
did I see? I lived in Tehran. We got bombed 167 times in a single day. We escaped.
Bombed by
from
who?
By Iraq, Saddam Hussein.
Oh, this
I'm there
was
from
during the
78
this was
to
during
89.
of the 80s.
Yeah,
during the
78
war.
to 89. So I was born.
Well, let's catch our listeners up. From 1980 to 1988, Iraq and Iran fought a war against each other.
I lived in the capital 8 years.
Right, which is should be amazing for folks like who are younger and just maybe saw the Iraq war. And
Is Bill war-splaining what PBD actually lived through while he was in an LA studio?
okay, the Iraq war was all about, it was a Shiite country mostly. But Saddam Hussein was a Sunni, so he was ruled by a Sunni. And Iran is, of course, the major Shiite country. So Iraq and Iran should have been natural allies. They're both Shiites. And yet they fought a war against each other. And yet Saddam Hussein was able to make his Shiites fight their Shiites. Now it's basically the same country because once we stupidly kicked Saddam out, who's going to take
new
that?
guy's going to
I
come
mean,
in.
Iran basically has, they have all that. They have that's kind of an empire. Syria, Lebanon, Hezbollah in Lebanon, Syria, they're in Iraq, of course. And from all the way from Iran, all the way on the border of Pakistan to the Mediterranean Sea.
That's exactly what I thought, Virgil.
And the Houthis in the south. That's something to be concerned about.
You think? Maybe a
Right?
little bit. Yeah.
Now, are you could you travel there? Do you travel?
No, I don't travel there because I was in the army
Because
here,
you would be persona non grata because they'd throw you in jail.
No, because I would be seen from the Shahs because I support the Shah and I was never supportive of what Carter and them did to influence the fall of the Shah because Iran was a beautiful place. It was a place the wealthy would go for vacation, beautiful mountains for skiing. Iran was a beautiful place back in the days.
You're the perfect.
I don't really care about Iran. Let's move on a little bit.
So, a girlfriend worked every summer at this Collège de Léman. My college
All right,
sweetheart.
1978. College
Finally got a
sweetheart.
girlfriend last year at college. We didn't want to leave each other. She was a linguistics major. She worked every summer at this Collège de Léman, Geneva, beautiful Geneva. and she got me a job working there with her so we could be together over the summer. I fucking hated every minute of it, but there are other reasons why. But the students we were teaching, this was a wealthy school, and this was the summer school. They were from all over the world, but they were rich kids. There was some Italians, there was some Japanese, but this is 1978. A lot of it was Iranian kids going to Geneva for the summer, and Saudi. They would come with rolls of $100 bills. One day was like shopping day. They would wear clothes once and throw it away. But like, it's funny that the Saudi kids were like from the 9th century. And the Iranian kids were like from the 1950s. That's what I remember thinking. They looked like, you know, leather jackets, and they were much
20 years behind.
20, but not 2000.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I mean, obviously it was already shit over there, but you do make a point.
And like the Saudi kids, I mean, the boys would, in the park, they'd hold hands. I mean, teenage boys. One would like be sitting down and the other would put his head in his lap. They did not see that as, you know, we would say, no, it's perfectly fine, but we would say that's a gay.
That wasn't the case then. It was
They just.
What are you talking
there was
about, Bill?
innocence to them, I would say that.
Yeah.
But that was really interesting to teach these kids from these countries. Oh, and what happened was the revolution in Iran happened that summer.
I'm going to skip through this more because we're obviously not going to be able to finish the whole thing, and I want to get to the good part. So
The phone. And yes, something. I mean, that's around the time that the Shah fell.
The Shah fell January of 79.
Okay, yeah, right.
But
so
the
that was
peak is like October in September.
you know, imagine trying to like keep yourself exiled above from being, you know, assassinated and also fighting cancer at the same time.
He had it since 1973, but nobody knew. He kept it to himself. 1973, and then he
Now,
died.
we do know that he was a brutal dictator who like abided no dissent and secret.
What do you
Savak.
think?
Does that name ring a bell?
Of course, yeah.
That's
of course.
the secret.
I had
police.
his son on the podcast. We did a 3-hour interview 2 months ago. Crown Prince of Reza Pahlavi. We had a conversation.
Okay.
together.
I think they're talking the Saudi princes.
Son?
Yeah, his son, Crown Prince Reza
I
Pahlavi.
thought it was Pahlavi was their name.
Pahlavi. But
Pahlavi.
Americans say Pahlavi. We say Pahlavi.
Of course.
Of course.
No, I get it.
Yeah,
I'm
Pahlavi.
sorry.
No, it's okay. It's all
Hey,
good.
I used to call them Saladin, and then I realized, then I heard Salahuddin
Yeah.
was the.
No, I mean, listen, it's Qassem Soleimani, right? And say,
was awful.
feared us, and yeah.
Okay.
What's your point, though?
I remember this
That's
part.
right.
Okay.
And it kind of made America a little bit more safer, and you know, the country
I was awful.
feared us,
Yeah.
and
Talk about when we got him, folks. We got him. Bin Laden.
that's why
Well,
America's temperature was
yeah.
like people didn't want to mess with America.
And don't forget who took out Bin Laden.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's your point, though?
My point is
You're
that
saying
the,
Biden is Obama? I'm sorry,
Oops. Saying the quiet part out loud.
Obama is Biden. Obama is not Biden. Biden is not Obama.
Oh, that's where you're wrong, PBD. That is where you are comically wrong because there is no Biden. There is just a husk of a man who has an earpiece to Obama.
Obama gets the credit
I
for
get
what
it.
he
You
did.
don't like Biden. Look, I wish it was.
Obfuscation. Oh, I get it. You don't like Biden. I'm not going to engage with the thing that you just said, that I attributed an amazing thing in America. Remember who did it, as if to say it was Biden, but you slipped up because it wasn't Biden. He was the VP.
Was a different.
Do you like Newsom? How do you feel about Newsom?
Had him on my show Friday,
I saw that.
and I first of all, I love him. You just like a guy or you don't. I've known him for a long time. He's done my show for a long time. Do I love everything he does as the governor of California? No, I don't. I wouldn't say I'm undertaxed. Yeah, there's I have issues with this state. He's a guy. One reason I want him to run for president, well, is because he's obviously a winner. This guy could fuck.
I knew, like, I was aware that there was people who liked Gavin Newsom. And I don't know why this is such a surprise that he's straight going to president. Like, you can say certain things you like about him being the governor without being like, this is why I want this guy to be the president. Huge neoliberal. Exactly. I mean, that's the point. And there's such a small difference between the classical liberals and the neoliberals. It's really just a matter of the classical liberals are just now conservatives, and the neoliberals think that they haven't moved. That's what I see. He said he seems hard for Kevin, then backs it up with nothing at all. What else is new?
Fucking do it. It's insane that we have the guy, but we can't run him because we
Define
have
a
to
winner.
tiptoe around Biden and
Define a winner.
Have you guys heard Tim Pool's kind of play how this would play out to get the Democrats to pass Biden, where there's some huge event that Biden's at and Kamala's there and all this stuff, and they make it about some left-wingy thing and everybody's there and they're making a huge thing, and then right near the end, oh no, Biden falls, oh no, and Gavin's there running, I got you, Mr. President. And then he's there lying like, hey, man, I don't know where I am, but you got to be the president. And everybody's like, oh my God, Gavin Newsom, he's the savior of the world. That's what they would have to do. And I would not be surprised if they did. I would not be surprised if they did. Virgil said, if I was an American, I would vote for Taylor Swift as president. She is hot. I agree. Well, that she's hot. Real quick, though, if any of you out there are talking about Taylor Swift in the context of politics, you are an NPC. You are a mark. You are exactly what they tried to do. Ignore the fact that she's dating a fucking football player, and it's probably fake, and it's probably all about exposure for them and the NFL and whatever else they're going to do on the day of the Super Bowl. But there is nothing you can do to get Swifties not to vote, particularly by hating on Taylor Swift. I don't get why this is a thing. I don't get why this is a thing. Hey, we got Chester in the building. Welcome to the party. Said Bill is slowly changing his mind. I give him another 6 months of Club Random with people like PBD, and he will lose his TDS. I don't think so, bro. When Bill moves to Texas, it'll be over, and I predict he will. Oh yeah, and that's what I thought. Yeah, I don't think so, man. I don't think so. Like it's the same thing with him and with Destiny, because they already. It's not that they're caught in the lies of the woke agenda and they don't know any better. They're very aware of where wokeness meets the road and is just off in the clouds. They just don't see that as a big enough problem. Excuse me. So it's more the people like Anna Kasparian, who, when you start to see them moving, I would say out of the three of them, Anna Kasparian would be the first person to be legitimately red-pilled. Out of Anna Kasparian, Bill Maher, and Destiny, Bill Maher and Destiny are never going to vote red or whatever you want to put it. Not going to happen. Anna Kasparian is learning a lot that she thought she knew. Yeah, right, Mike? He was like, Bill Maher said, I don't have a team. If you like Newsom, you are on the blue
Bingo.
team. Yep. Is anything else here? Ian said, Bill's argument for Gavin is what The View would say. He looks and sounds like a 50s movie star.
Loser. Gay.
I believe it. Anyone said, I don't know, but anybody on the right that is hating on Taylor Swift, I think it's a made-up controversy, just like many others trying to paint the right in a bad light. And too many people are falling into it. There's this, you guys know I love TikTok, and I hate that I love TikTok, but I love TikTok. And so there's this girl who is from Texas, and there's a radio show where they do second date update. Maybe there's somewhere something like that in your area, where on the radio, like terrestrial radio, apparently people still listen to that. You call into the station and be like, oh yeah, we went on this date and da-da-da-da, but I never heard back. And they call the person, and then they're like, hey, we heard that you went on a date with da-da-da-da. What happened? Why didn't you? And it's a whole fun thing. And so dude calls into the radio station, was like, yeah, we went to, she loves football. It's awesome. We were at the bar and, you know, we were with her friends and her friends are cool and everything was great. And then they call her and she's like, well, hey, you know, you guys went on a date. He said you guys had a great time. Why hasn't he heard back from you? And she's like, well, the whole time he was bitching about Taylor Swift. I mean, why are you going to do? And she's like, I don't even care if you have that opinion that you think Taylor Swift is annoying, but every single time you're going to let something like that ruin not only your day, your date, and your football. What are you doing? What are you doing? That is an NPC. Justice said he'll be in Cali for a while, but he won't be there in 5 years. He's slowly losing TDS, though. He's going off with Seth MacFarlane and Stephen A. Simp why people vote Trump. Maybe I got to check out a little bit more of this podcast because I really only watch it if there's some, like, for the guest. I just would, but yeah, maybe I gotta check out more of it. Bill said Taylor Swift is arguably the biggest musician ever, the first billion-dollar musician in history. Attacking her is beyond pointless.
Bingo.
Yeah, I mean, what, like, you can dislike the fact that she's talking politics, but number one, we're all allowed to do that. It's America, baby. Number two, the fact that they have a name like the Swifties mean that whether you're Bill Bradley or Chester Indie Film or Guam Tech or Lutch or the Indian Jesus or anything else, they're not going to listen to you over Taylor Swift. Particularly, did you drop the thing here, bud? You gotta get comfy. I know they're not feeding you, but it's okay. It's just not going to happen. Regis said maybe Kanye West as president with Snoop Dogg as vice president. There you go. I said I agree. Bill seems comfortable where he's at politically. And you can just assume that about everyone willing to tell you their politics, and they will, it being willing to change for you. Yep. Chester said, I'm being optimistic. So I really like him. And he's not an idiot. He's just a rich stoner. Apparently not. He's just a rich asshole. What, you want to come up here? Come on up here. Over here. Yeah? Yeah, come on. There we go. We got our co-host in the building. There he is. Look how cute he is. Every single donation comes with a treat for Morty. But yeah, apparently he's not a stoner. Apparently he smokes cloves.
Loser.
He needs more people like Roseanne and PBD to give him perspective. Completely agree. Leslie said no reason to go after Swift until she says vote for blank, but she did get 30,000 people registered in one day, and we can assume how they will vote. Nope, incorrect. Those were the numbers that appeared on that site in that day. Timbo just did a piece on this, and so the total number was 30,000 people of that day that registered. So unless nobody on that day was going to register to vote, then she got 30,000 people. She did not get 30,000 people to register to vote. And out of those 30,000, even if it was, out of the people who went to a website and did a free thing, how many of them are going to go out to a voting station? Not all of them. And again, the fact is they are not doing anything wrong. They're allowed to have stupid ideas and vote for Biden. That's not anything that is outside of how politics works. Why don't you, not you, Leslie, but you, the general you, instead of being worried about what Taylor Swift is saying, why don't you speak the fuck up? Why don't you elevate the voices that are saying the things that you like? That will work. Just Seth MacFarlane was on Real Time because he's still on mainstream media. He can't go too hard, but his Club Random podcast, he really does show his true colors. Yeah, definitely. Not interrupting, not answering questions, not offering your guests a drink. I mean, it's just so bad. And then he has this thing. I've only watched 2 or 3 episodes, but for whatever reason, he starts the podcast with the guest sitting there and he walks in. Who does that? It's like, oh yeah, you're my guest. You go and sit in a room by yourself and I'll be there when I'm ready. It's crazy. Just said to listen with him and Greg Gutfeld. Both really good friends and get on like a house on fire. They disagree on Trump. Interesting. All right, let's dive back in here.
Have the guy, but we can't run him because we have to tiptoe around Biden and
Define a winner.
Well,
So that was remember that's where we left off. He was saying Gavin is a winner.
he would win the election.
Oh, so
He would win the election.
he's a talented debater, speaker, communicator, deflector.
and politician, and he's a
Right.
smart guy. He's
Right.
a smart, real guy with a pair of balls. Do I love everything? No, you never do with a politician.
I'll tell you why, Mike. I'll tell you why, Mike. Because the liberal media is saying that things like what Leslie just said, that she got 30,000 people to vote. No, the fuck she didn't. And the fact that they're purposely doing it in a place where there's a lot of people who are not going to be happy to see Taylor Swift. It's all manufactured. They want you to complain about it. So the people are like, what? Well, she's just watching the game, which she is. Whether it's fake a relationship or not, she's just fucking watching the game just like you are. And like, yeah, and all like that's since the beginning of time. Artists have been liberal. So I don't get it. I don't get it. Like it's just it's insane how easily some people are just lured around. Oh, we're supposed to like this person. We're supposed to not like that person. Okay, we don't like this person. And we always say that's the standard on the left. It's like, oh, I'm for the current thing. But apparently it's not. It's just a stupid people thing. And there's stupid people on the right and stupid people on the left. Bill said, Maher seems to be more inebriated than usual in this interview. Yep. Yeah. Just said, I'm rooting for Bill because he's the bridge we need. I don't think he's well, he's definitely an asshole. Chester said, I don't think he's an asshole. I think he's just ignorant. We all have been. So it's hard to root against him. Well, we'll go back to that. I mean, I think he is an asshole. Again, the fact that he is, he's just a gruff person who doesn't have any redeeming qualities other than what could be arguably his intellect. Arguably. And again, I agree. He's a very smart dude, but he's not very bright. And in politics, that really, really, really matters. So what did Guamtech say? Yeah, he's got to pull his head out of his ass and actually pay attention again before that happens. The more people force him to make himself look stupid, the faster he does something about it. And just said, that's what I mean, though. He has this podcast with so many people who disagree with him, but still love him as a personality. I give him all the credit to have conservatives on the podcast. Agreed. Well, they said Gavin has balls, all right. The balls to consistently lie and hope nobody fact checks him in real time. Got him. Listen, I mean, they have been using musicians to register voters since Yeah, exactly. It's nothing new. It's nothing new. Yeah, Trudeau. Oh, Trudeau. Oh, grab these two and jump back in. Just regarding Newsom, he's actually deranged in that way too. Call it NDS if you want. Newsom derangement syndrome. But let him say what he thinks, and then all right, let's do that.
Smart, real guy with a pair of balls. Do I love everything? No, you never do with a politician. But first of all, I think if he ran for president, it'd be great because it would force him to move to the center. Now you're running not just in California. I mean, this is California. It's weirdo.
Are you a results-driven guy?
No, I like to think.
Interesting question. What could you? Because again, now I'm in thinking about like the sales mode. And it's not just a conversation. Like I said from the beginning, there's a lot of jockeying going on here. And, drunk Bill is not at his best, but PBD is still doing the damn thing. So that question, are you a results-driven person? That's very, I'm trying to think what he's trying to either catch him in or actually genuinely trying to ascertain, but
Are you a results-driven guy?
No, I like to think, watch things fall apart.
I mean,
of course
you wouldn't build a show that you build and win at the levels you won, for decades if you weren't results-driven, right? I mean, you're Bill Maher.
What do you mean? Well, what's the point about
so
results?
That's exactly where I'm going with you. So results-driven guy.
Right.
What areas has Newsom won in? You said he's a winner.
Winner of the election. He could win the election.
But based on what, though? Do you want results? Like, what has he done to California to say he's a winner? What?
Oh, God. I don't know. It's too...
Reasons, okay? I said it, and therefore it's my opinion, okay? What are you asking me all these things? Oh, God, I don't know. Just he said he said it. I knew he would say no. Drunk Bill is not catching the conversation. Conversion smithing PBD is constructing, and it's amazing. Amazing. Yep. Bill said the results of Gavin Newsom's California, the results of Biden's policies. Yep. It's not, bro. Were you not here when Animal Instinct was saying that when who was it? Jeffrey Ross, did you say? But somebody was on the show and was like, hey, can I have some? And it was closed. It wasn't wheat. He's a fucking poser. He's a fucking poser. Leslie said stoicism is all about only caring about the things you can control. PBD strikes me as a stoic. Yep. I don't know when I've seen. I'm sure I've seen drunk I'll say drunk Bill. He's too drunk. Maybe would have an answer if he were less tipsy. He's really not at his best. And despite that, you would think that because he is drunk and he is damn near falling over himself, that it would be like a gimme for PBD. But that's not how it's working. He's doing the damn thing.
He's a winner. What?
Oh God, I don't know. It's too.
Bill, you're a smart.
You know what?
guy.
He made it rain. Okay, dude. It wasn't
I
raining.
saw when you said that. He said, "Great job."
It wasn't raining, and now it's raining. So he's got my vote.
Okay,
you know what?
respect. I mean, he
So again, that just means like, oh, I don't have a reason. I just like him because I am. No, but that's it. It's just I feel like he's better. Therefore,
I don't know. I don't follow the news. That's
But
a
you-
character
Bill,
I play
you
on
do.
television.
Don't deflect.
It's
You're a
character
very
of mine.
smart guy.
Who
You're a
play-
very smart guy.
It's a character. I actually live with my delicate wife, Sue, and our 8 homeschooled children. We just had twins, Sean and Hannity. Don't believe everything you see on TV.
So
David.
then what this does to me, this actually makes it easier for me to not even have to have this discussion and just move on to other things we can talk about, is you base your character on your candidate. You base your candidate based on being a good.
I know you do, brother. I know you do, but whatever you're seeing is going right over my head.
Debater, deflecting, not necessarily results. Because
No, I don't.
if that's how you do it, then
Shut up.
Newsom is fantastic,
This is
Bill.
stupid. You're better than this.
Really?
I hope so. I don't know. I'm just getting
When
to
I
know you,
asked you
but
a
I
question, I
I'm
said-
told you are.
I
I mean,
said,
it's a silly argument, a debate.
Just say it. Why won't you just answer the question, bro? What is this politician? Why don't you just answer the question? Bonzek said, notice that PBD keeps using what Bill loves to hear to get him to answer his name and compliments. It's just unfortunate Bill isn't in the state to actually have a discussion. But I think that, like, again, as much as we would want to see Bill at his best versus PBD at his best, there's a lot more that we can witness, like what's going on. It's a lot easier to see. Like, think of an MMA match. You know, if you have the 2 top level guys, then they're just going to be kind of again jockeying for precision, kind of looking for openings, getting their timing. It's probably not going to be the most exciting fight. But you go down to the regionals and you get one dude who's a fucking star, one dude who, you know, is amazing, and he just hasn't been picked up by the UFC yet, and one dude who's just like, I don't really know if you can do this. And you can much more easily be like, okay, well, that's wrong, and that's wrong, and that's wrong, and that's right. And so I think that's what we're seeing here. You know, just we can acknowledge that Bill is not at his peak. That doesn't mean that we can't learn anything from this conversation.
You know, like I can't tell. I've been doing political commentary on television for 30 years. I think I can tell when a guy is just debating or whether make a calculated guess on how he's going to be actually as president. There's 2 different things, running and being the guy. Do I like it that Newsom is good at the running part? I do, because that means he can get elected. Do I also think that if he got elected, he would be a good president? I do. Generally moving the country in the right direction.
How? That's what PBD is asking you. Just that if you want Bill at his best, you'll have to be his family. Okay. Real time is mainstream, so who cares? And Club Random is him sitting there stoned and drunk and having a chat. I'm sitting here getting drunk having a chat, but I don't sound as stupid as him. You're seeing a television personality, and that's the context I take. He believes what he says, though. He doesn't just actually believe anything interesting. I agree with that.
I would like to take them back a little toward the middle, but, you know.
Based on what, though? Based on what?
Well, you know, California is just a kind of a crazy, you know.
To be fair, I would say, I don't know, because I'm trying to play the devil's advocate in, you know, if we're talking about Trump versus Vivek, and it's not the same, but for people who were never willing to vote for Vivek, I feel like that's kind of on this. I don't know. Just thoughts. That's my head.
Well, you know, California is just a kind of a crazy, you know.
He says on Real Time that he hates blue-haired leftists. He disagrees with all leftist policies like sports should be separated. He disagrees with the craziness, but he still perpetuates the policies that allow it. Yep.
Can't do the taxes, the graft really is what is the. I was asking him about that. He says they're attacking it. The red tape, the graft, the fact that they can't build a fucking homeless home for less than $900,000. They couldn't complete a fucking high-speed rail. I'm going to say on my show Friday, there's going to be controversial, but Hamas.
They're not good. I know. People aren't going to like that, but Hamas. Ooh, it's going to be controversial, but I'm going to say I don't really like them. So the Dems are boned no matter who they run. They're too split on the border and Israel-Palestine. Any candidate would have to take positions and thus alienate many DNC voters one way or the other. And that's what happens when the conformity and strict adherence to the hegemony is part of the tenets of your ideology. Is that when it comes to the fact that you realize that, oh, okay, we are different people. And even though generally we may agree that we want universal health care and we want trans stuff to be free and we want whatever, we actually disagree on this and that. So when you have half of the wokies say that you have to agree with us or you're a bad person on the side of Israel, and half of the wokies saying you have to agree with us or you're a bad person on the side of, we'll say, Palestine, what do you do? You know, there's definitely a split in the Republican Party now between the GOP and the GOP Rhino type candidates and the MAGA America First type candidates. But at the end of the day, much to my chagrin is a good thing, right? I think I'm using that now. Chagrin. Oh, okay, no. So much to my happiness, much to my glee, the divide in the Republican Party doesn't seem to go as far as like everybody still seems kind of like, yes, we need to coalesce behind whoever is on the ticket, not because he's on the ticket, but because of the fact that we are putting only people who we believe in. And then there's Nikki Haley, but nobody's gonna vote for her anyway. Justice said, I'll criticize him on what he actually believes, but I won't make stuff up. Fair enough.
Say on my show Friday, there's going to be controversial, but Hamas, let them come over here and build our fucking tunnels because we cannot get it done. No, I'm serious. It's a win-win. If they would like renounce and say, we will not attack Israel, we will hire you to build infrastructure. These people know how to build a tunnel.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, they've been building a tunnel on the east side of New York since 1972.
You can hear your guys laughing, listening.
And isn't it always that way? PBD's sitting there just like, yep, okay. But he's laughing at the fact that the guys who work for Bill are laughing. Come on, man. Bill said the GOP will line up behind Trump. The Dems will fight each other on the border and the Middle East. Yep. Leslie said supporting who runs best sounds like a Bernie dig to me. Who else would he be talking about? He was talking about Newsom. Well, unless you're Guam, are you aiming this at Guam Tech or at what PBD said? Just I would say that people should understand that because it's important, but he isn't lying by all indications. Yeah, that's the sad part. That's the sad part. It would be better if he was lying because then it'd be like, oh, okay, well, at least nobody actually believes this stupid shit. So he said the only real way to deal with healthcare costs is to open up IP rights, make healthcare and insurance IPs generic 20% revenue share licenses. You can't monopolize. Costs will go down. Artificial markets are poison. Just so there are plenty of people who don't understand poor people, but as long as we acknowledge that, then their comments can be taken in the context. Sure, but when your whole thing is I want to help people who are poor or lesser off, and you create this this ideology that if you're not the same color as me, if you're not the same as me, if you're not the same as me, you're worse off. I'm better than you, and I have to do things to make up for the fact that I'm better than you. That's what the ideology comes down to. I mean, I also agree that he doesn't understand poor people to like in general. But if you had to compare Rogan's, finger on the pulse versus Bill Maher's, there's no question. Joe is way more in tune with what's going on than Bill is. Not even a question. Who would have thought both Jews and Hamas are the 2024 mole people?
You can hear your guy.
Let me ask you about your personal life. What kind of men do you like?
Kind of men do I like?
What, you're married?
I am.
How long?
14 and a half years.
You still like her?
Oh, yeah.
Still like her?
You love her?
Oh, yeah.
It's easy to love, hard to like.
I think.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. Absolutely.
Love is different.
I think both is necessary, though. Yeah.
Both is necessary. Absolutely. A lot of people do keep it going long after they don't really like the person.
Yeah. Rogan also doesn't think he's better than poor people. He just doesn't understand them because he hasn't been poor for 35 years. That seems fair. Like I said, he seemed annoyed by the homo joke. I think he's just annoyed that like he's just not there. Like Bill Bradley was in the chat here saying is that he's just not there. It's disrespectful when somebody like PBD, whose time is very, very, very valuable, he could be out selling whatever. He could be out doing his own show when it's actually, a good conversation about politics and not just fun because one guy is drunk and he's here. Now, good for him. He knows how to turn it into something positive for him. But I guarantee you, he is annoyed way more by the level of Bill's lack of engagement. I'm not even going to say the level of intoxication because that's not really. It's about the fact that he's not engaging and having a good conversation. If you're going to call someone, like imagine if I got Tim Pool to come not only on the show, but in my house, sitting right here. And I was just getting wasted and might be a little annoyed. I mean, I think that's what it is. So you said a natural market has less regulation to load balance business. IP rights are regulation by proxy and abused by corporations and government. IP rights is the only easy to adjust checkpoint I see. Fair enough. Made a huge pivot. What did I miss?
I think both is necessary, though. Yeah.
Both is necessary. Absolutely. A lot of people do keep it going long after they don't really like the person,
Oh, yeah. Just by I don't want to talk about this anymore. How about your personal life? Oh, yeah, completely.
And people are also, get together when they don't like the person. I did it a billion times when I was young. And it was just like, oh, you're pretty and you would with me? Okay, I like you.
Yeah.
We'll work out the details later.
Beta.
That's why you're not married.
But thank God, now that I'm 40, I've...
you look great for 40.
Thank you.
Happy
How
birthday.
old are you?
I'm 45. I'm 5 years older than you.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
Everybody's
He's like
just
65
younger
if
than
you
me.
didn't.
There is a point where you get to where, like, if you're in a room with like somebody older, you're like, oh, good.
He's not a politician, but he is a pundit. He spent a lot more hours behind a desk talking about politics than he has behind a microphone talking about comedy.
Yeah.
Great. Kirk Douglas.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna fast forward here again. I don't really know what the hell we're talking about.
Because, okay, why do you want 20 kids? 4 kids for how?
Yeah. Yeah. 14
kids?
years. We got 4 kids. We got
4 kids.
I'd have 20 if I could. We got 11.
Why do you want 20 kids?
10, 7, 2.
Why do you want so many kids?
What's the purpose of living if you don't have kids?
Seriously?
Yeah.
Well, okay. Again, the way you frame it is just off-putting because it's like assuming all of us, and we're so varied as a human race,
Yeah.
that all of us think the same way. So for many millions and millions of people, the purpose of living is to avoid having children, is to enjoy your life. Now, it's perfectly...
When did he say that you have to have your meaning of life? He said the meaning I find in my life is having children.
Dilly dilly.
Projection. Or I don't know if it's projection, but he's definitely getting defensive. Because listen how he said it. I hate how you frame
Why
it.
do you frame it?
Yeah.
Why do you want so many kids?
Why do you want so many kids? Perfectly reasonable question. Not saying anybody else has to do anything. He said, I want to have kids.
What's the purpose of living if you
And he asked, what's the purpose of living if you don't have kids? That you can answer that question. You don't have to get so defensive about whatever you think he means. Where did I miss some here? Mike said, I just thought about why PBD did not say who's voting for. He's part owner of the New York Yankees. Got to put that in cover. I told you. I knew it. I knew it was something to do with businesses. I knew it. So the solicitor Chester Bill is from a different generation too. He's been more set in his ways and just trying to stay relevant at this point. He thinks he's made it. He has made it. He thinks he has it made for the rest of his life. And to be frank, he does. Yep. Yeah, I think liar or dishonest is not something I would say about Bill Maher. So he said a decent comic is able to outplay any politician or actor. I don't know about all that, but you know, a good comic could. Chester said he's not like the blue hair, just say shit to win an argument. Yeah, he just changes the topic so that he doesn't have to lose. Lacey said PBD is right. The point of an organism is to propagate. Yep. Indie Boom said, "Oh shit, is this what I sound like when I'm drunk? I'm going to AA tomorrow. I don't know. This is pretty bad. I've seen you pretty drunk, but it wasn't like this." Gonzaga said, "I seriously do not like Bill's takes here. Just my opinion." Which said, "I rather doubt that women have the type of equipment those guys are interested in."
What?
You don't have kids.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Well, okay. Again, the way you frame it is just off-putting because it's like assuming all of us, and we're so varied as a human race,
Yeah.
that all of us think the same way. So for many millions and millions of people, the purpose of living is to avoid having children, is to enjoy your life. Now, it's perfectly
Because you're being fair.
fine if your choice is to trade your life for someone else's, which is really what, if you're going to be a good parent, you kind of have to do. It's also perfectly okay to say, no, what's wrong is to have a child and then ignore them.
I don't
That's bad.
disagree. No, I
Right.
don't disagree. I don't
No,
disagree
of course,
with that.
no one disagrees with that.
No, I don't disagree with that.
No, of course not. But what I'm saying is the harder choices, or I don't think it's a hard choice at all. It should be thrust upon people. It should not be thrust upon people to have children if they really are not suited for that as a...
Again, this is a straw man. Nobody said everybody should have children. He just said, I don't know what the purpose of life is without my children. That's it. Well, said, imagine living in a time where you didn't get to pick the number of kids you have, when you just had to roll the dice every time you had sex. That is most of human history and how animals work.
Bingo.
And he says, by the way, I agree with PBD on kids. I have one and would happily have more. I would love to have kids. I would love to have kids. Maybe just one or two. But Especially, I grew up in a perfectly fine household. I had lots of privileges and my dad's a doctor, so we never had to worry about money. And I still had a lot. There's still a lot that I wish I could kind of go back and redo with my own kids. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. What are we talking about? I don't think he cares about losing genuinely. Maybe. Gontek said, I honestly get upset when people with money hate on having kids. They're in the best position to do so, but are too run by fear or hedonism. They're in the best place to enjoy life and have kids, which is fair. But, teach their own. If you don't have kids, you don't have kids. Shout out to Frank Embry. Welcome to the party. Said, have a good stream, mate. Thank you very much. Any relation to Matt Embry of RX Bandits? Because that would be awesome. Welcome to the party, Frank. Bill said the question challenges a fundamental aspect of Maher's identity, just being a selfish fuck. I think that is a little bit of maybe a what's the word? Not reduction, but a minimization. No, maybe a little bit reductionist. I think it's completely fair to say I am not the kind of person who would be happy with children. I wouldn't be good at raising those children. I don't think anybody in that equation would have a good time. I think that's perfectly fair. Let's see with a controversial take. Let's see what we got. She said, this is something you need to sleep on. Please don't feel the need to respond to it now. Okay. For 7 million years, men did not raise children. A man that did was a trans woman. I will definitely... Okay, well, I'm definitely going to sleep on that because I'm not really sure where you're coming from, but it'll be up here for sure. Said, obviously, Biden should not have had children.
Oh, man.
Agreed. Bill said, everyone should have children. In nature, you only don't have kids when you're a poor mating partner. But yes, everybody should have children, actually. I disagree. I think we are at a place where people are having... We're not at a place where we need the population like that. It's okay that if some people want to have 10 kids, they can have 10 kids, and if somebody wants to have no kids, I'm perfectly fine with that. That's the libertarian in me. I don't give a fuck as long as you ain't hurting me. Yeah, I agree with that. This is what I touched on the other day. This society, nuclear family is feminine. I agree with that. But all the more reason why we don't want feminine ass soy boy liberals having kids. Just said, I want to go back to conversation, not argument. Sunshine versus the wind. Remember that old parable about how to take the guy's coat off? Sunshine wins. No, but I think I understand based on just what we're seeing here. All right, let's dive back in, guys.
Upon people, it should not be thrust upon people to have children if they really are not suited for that, as it used to be. A woman thought she was a complete failure if she didn't, fucking vomit out some spawn to, God knows what in the world.
Yeah, I agree.
And some were, and some I'm sure were good people. But generally, I'm not that in love with the human race where I think whoa, what we need is more of them.
Do you like kids? Do you actually?
Maybe, Bill, that's because you hang around people who are like you, assholes.
Like kids are...
Why do you ask me this question for? Of course I don't.
Bruh, you just asked him if he loved his wife or not. We need a new, because that's not projection, but it's just hypocrisy. It's crazy. Birth control means you can exist outside of nature. Not sure it's a great idea, though. But I mean, even without, prophylactics, having sex within a marriage and pulling out and not wanting to have kids, I think is totally fine. And I don't see any reason why you would have an issue with that. I don't think any species on this planet makes a choice to not have kids. Either you get picked as a mate or you don't, but you try. I disagree. Choosing not to have kids is a generally selfish act. Sure, but you're absolutely allowed to be selfish. Where in anything does it say that you can't be selfish? being selfish is I mean, there's levels. There's levels. We're all selfish to some extent. So where are we drawing the line? And I just think that's too big of something to say everybody has to do it. No. I mean, you guys can have that opinion, but no. There you go. Just duplicate yourself. As he said, so the most successful men would have the ones with the most children, and no one looked down on someone for having 20 children. Well, yeah, I don't think that people should be looking down on you for your choices, whatever they are, as long as you are not hurting people. That's it. Non-aggression principle. Take a nap. You're good.
You know,
Do you like kids? Do you actually like kids? Or
why do you ask me this question for? Of course I
You asked
don't
me
like kids.
questions
Why don't you just answer the question, bro?
about kids?
Oh,
I'm asking
Jesus,
you.
but I just told you.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I fucking hate kids. And I understand people like you can enjoy yours. I'm glad you like yours. And I understand we have to, I don't really have to, but okay, if we want to keep the human race going, we have to keep having children. It doesn't matter whether we should or we shouldn't.
But this is the same thing that we'll come back to this. This is the same thing that when I was debating Saint Michael, and he's saying, well, don't you think gay people want to take over your children because they don't have any of their own? No, I don't think that. I think that there's people still have kids even though gay people exist. I don't get it. I don't get it. Chester said, I don't think you're a libertarian. Not everything you talk about. It's a nice word, but you don't believe it. Okay, give me an example. What do you think that I'm not? Because that's not a capital L. I would agree if you're saying I'm not a capital L part of the Libertarian Party, but I am more libertarian than anything else. I've taken the political compass test. I'm almost dead set in the center. It was literally one box to the right and like 9 boxes up to the libertarian. So you tell me what the political compass test got wrong. Leslie said, people do look down on the Duggars because we have to pay for children with taxes. Well, but it's the taxes part that we're looking down on, not the kids. The fact that you have, again, as long as you're not impeding on my ability to do what I want to do, and if you're taking my taxes, then you are impeding on my ability to do what I want to do. It's about if you're not doing that. Hey, shout out to AKA182. Welcome to the party. That some people don't have kids for selfless reasons, like not wanting them to suffer, or they feel they don't have the means to take care of kids. Yeah, I think that's completely fair. Welcome to the party, brother.
Race going. We have to keep having children. It doesn't matter whether we should or we shouldn't. People are going to do it. If there's one thing we know about this world is that people will fuck. They'll fuck anything. They'll fuck anybody. I was just watching that show, that Jodie Foster new detective show in Alaska. Like, when you're in Alaska, it's kind of a leitmotif. It's like, yeah, we're fucking a lot. We're in Alaska. We don't really care what the person looks like. It's cold. And yeah, there's not a lot to do here. And we're going to fuck.
What do you think about Alaska? Have you been to Alaska?
I was to Alaska in 2013. Enjoyed it immensely. It was in the summer.
Over there, yeah.
Oh, my God. First of all, so pure, like pristine. Like when you draw...
In what way do I pretend to be an atheist? No. We're going to answer that. You put out a strong claim. I don't care about the rest of that shit. You can whatever. Fine. If you want to put that label on it, I don't really. Again, I think that's kind of pedantic and not really a meaningful difference to what we're talking about. But explain to me how I pretend to be an atheist. Do you think I actually believe in God and I just pretend that I don't because it gets me so many more views? We're waiting. We're not going back into the video, so you better type quick. Let's see if we say, Guansack said, I want to hope Bill would feel so much more meaning and joy for making his own kid laugh than an audience he can barely even see. And he doesn't, yeah, exactly. He doesn't see that is a possibility. But at the same time, that's okay. When I read this, I hear, because I don't have kids, the only level of like, oh, I didn't realize that life was there, was doing acid. I think everybody should be able to experience what it is to be in the realm of what happens when you are when you're on LSD. I think it is so spiritually fulfilling that to think that real life is all, sober life is all that is exactly what's here. But if somebody doesn't want to do acid, then go for it. Bro, that's not what that means. That's not what that means. Let's do a dictionary definition. Oh shit, what the hell? I just maximize this shit here. All right. I know you know this, but we'll just do it anyway. Like, this is such a... Well, I don't know why you're saying something so stupid that you know is not correct. A person who disbelieves or lacks belief in the existence of God or gods. What about accepting Christian values is part of that? And again, explain to me how I act as though God exists. I act very directly as though no God exists. Hence, being an atheist. So I said, based on what you said to me in Discord, Chester, I almost want to say that you think one who espouses the morals associated. But yeah, yep. No, what? No. Wrong. Yep, Chester being Chester. Like, you cannot tell me that after years, not years, a year of listening to me talk about this, and knowing the difference between believing in a thing and thinking there are good values is the same thing. You're purposely doing this. You cannot. I know that you answered it, but I don't believe that you actually believe what you're saying. I don't believe that your message that I send it again, Dietrich. I didn't see him. Of course you would. There's no way that you. We're moving on. You're being retarded.
Yeah.
Oh my God! First,
why would I do that? In what way does it help me to pretend that the only thing that's preventing my entire demographic from watching this channel is the fact that I don't believe in God? Why the fuck would I pretend that I don't believe in God? I don't know why you're saying that, but that is very, bro, you can't, that is what it means. If you're saying I don't believe in God and you're saying I don't think you actually don't believe in God, that is what a lie is. You are calling me a liar. Why? I don't get what you're doing. I don't get what you're doing. And I don't understand it. And I really don't appreciate it. Shout out to political poke in the building. Welcome to the party. So it might be hard to raise kids when adults are more interested in selfish spending instead of using said money to raise a family. Yeah, exactly. I think that there's plenty of people who are shitty enough people that, like, maybe you shouldn't have kids. Maybe you shouldn't.
Was to Alaska in 2013. Enjoyed it immensely. It was in the summer.
Over there, yeah.
Oh my God! First of all, so pure, like pristine. Like when you draw, there wasn't any. It was Eden-esque. It was. There was because like the.
I said shit. Me too.
Snow caps were melting, so you would see this crystal clear water coming down from the mountain. Then we took a helicopter over the, glaciers. Many of which were dirty. I saw one fall down. It was both impressive and depressing. But yes, I did two shows. I did one in Anchorage, which is the big city. Is that the capital? Yeah. Right. First it was Fairbanks, which is the second biggest city. It was awesome. It was like a Wild West.
Okay, fine. Well, unless you believe that I am a liar, I am telling you, you are wrong. I do not believe a God exists. So if you continue to say that I'm not an atheist, then yes, you are calling me a liar.
Best show. It was like outside under a tent. I had to like walk through mud to get to the stage.
Freezing, or it was like raining. Summertime?
It was summertime.
Okay, then you believe that I don't believe in God. That you can't have both. If A equals B and B equals C, A equals C.
July.
Yes, you did.
It was people were under the tent, but there was other people on the hill, and it was raining, and they didn't give a shit. They stayed for the show. 2013. And then we went to Anchorage, and Anchorage, it was like the land that time forgot. It was like they did something to it in the 70s, and I'm sure it was really looked great in 1975, and I think it still looks great. But
So Dietrich said, Dietrich said the paradox of Bill being offended about thinking value to humans comes from anything else than self-service and promiscuity, which is why he shouldn't have kids. But then regresses to proving his point. Exactly. Exactly. Not everybody is a good parent, and not everybody is going to be a good parent. And I don't think that it is ideal just for some vague idea of, well, humans should do things to anything. No, you're being a dick, and it was completely uncalled for, and it was extremely disrespectful. Maybe you didn't mean it that way, but it absolutely was. It absolutely was, and I'm legitimately upset with you.
you could shoot a movie about 1975 there and not have to change a thing. Note to self, call Quentin Tarantino. Because, yeah, it's, and I don't mean that disparaging way.
No,
I
get it.
love
I get it.
I love that you could see a moose walking down the street
Nobody cares. It's not a big deal. It's as if it's a regular Tuesday.
like it was a dog.
Yeah.
All right, so again, they're kind of just bullshitting on some stuff, so we're going to move forward. But again, we are coming up on the 2.5-hour mark. If you guys want to keep the party raging, you know how to do it.
Your phone. Thought a minute about like Stokes in your world. I don't know
Lose sleep.
about there because
All right, global
I
warming.
got an am still.
Okay, but again, Chester, when I said I am an atheist and you're saying I don't believe you, that means you think I'm lying or I don't understand what an atheist is. And it's unfortunate that you are the one who doesn't understand what the word means.
Very concerned about global warming, or is that
You don't have to shut up. Just fucking listen to what I'm saying. Just listen to the words coming out of my mouth. Stop trying to win and listen. When somebody you apparently trust and don't think is a liar says, I think this thing, and I can define it specifically in the way that you're saying you don't think that I think it is, and you say, no, you're still wrong. That means you think I'm lying. If A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C. So when I say A equals C and you say, I don't think so, you are wrong. Congratulations. You are wrong. Well, you are failing. Because all your point is Lutch is a liar. Lutch said he's an atheist, but he actually isn't an atheist. So either he's lying or he doesn't understand what an atheist is. So do you think I don't understand what an atheist is? Or do you think that I am lying? Okay, fine, I'm wrong. Yeah, fucking just whatever.
a hoax?
But now you don't believe that. You're just saying that. You're just saying that. You're the one now who's being a liar. You didn't use those words. But again, if I say that I'm an atheist and you say that I don't believe you, that is a meaning that either I don't know what atheism is or that I am lying. Those are the only two options. You don't get to make up some third value that doesn't exist. If somebody tells you a thing and you say, I don't believe you are that thing, there are only two options. So am I stupid or am I lying? You fucking pick. That's what you said. Fucking stand on it. Analytical Podcast said you're allowed to see value in the belief in God without believing in religion. Actually, I don't see the value in belief of God. I see the value of grace, humanity, community, culture, not believing in something that doesn't exist or can't be proven to exist.
In your world, I don't
I
know.
lose sleep over it every night.
Shout out to Bill Bradley. Thank you so much for coming through. Very, very, very much appreciated. Peace. Third option is we have different definitions of atheism. Okay, then you are wrong because there is only one definition of atheism is that which lacks a belief in God. That's it. There's no other way to put it. No, Chester. Why do you think I'm so upset? Just so like we're moving on. We're moving on.
I got and am still very concerned about global warming, or is that a hoax in your world? I don't
I
know.
lose sleep over it every night.
You what?
I lose sleep over it every night. The
I don't
warming
know-
of
I
the
don't know
globe.
I don't know whether you're being facetious.
Oh my
or-
God, I shiver every night when I go to sleep. Are you global warming?
I assume you're being sarcastic.
I would be very serious. Why would I be sarcastic? I mean, global warming is the #1 issue in the world.
How dare you?
Okay, good.
Do you agree with that?
I do.
Tell me why.
I think you do. Yeah,
Let's go! Shout out to PBD! Hell yeah! Hey, shout out to Indie Film! Oh my goodness, with the $10 super chat, of course, you guys know that means a treat for my co-host Morty. We are still rocking the salmon recipe. Indie Film and Indie Film said, "Who wants to see an oiled up shirtless wrestling match between Chester and the Indian Jesus?" I'm good. He's a big boy. I think he could take me. I mean, maybe if I had some BJJ lessons first, but I mean, you could be pedantic, but I'm pretty sure he could take me. So I was like, this is great. I love it. She said, I don't know why you're upset, to be honest. I just explained to you why I'm upset. I wasn't trying to do that. Okay, but you did do that. So even if you didn't mean to do that, you did do that. I believe you that you didn't mean to do that. But the fact is, you did that. When somebody says, I am this, and you say, no, you're not, or I don't believe you, it implies only two things. So either, again, you think that I don't know what atheism means or an atheist is, or you think I am lying. There are no other options for somebody who says they're an atheist and they are not an atheist. Those are the only two options, as I've said already. Hey, let's go. I'm not like how, you know, I'm not like, I don't want to talk to you, any of that stuff. But yes, it was legitimately upsetting when you said that. It's legitimately upsetting when I'm trying to explain to you time and time again. And it's not like you're new here over the course of a year. And it's not even just on stream. We spend hours in the after party. And for you to say, what if I was, well, I don't believe you're Australian. I think you're just putting on an accent and well, either that means you don't know where Australia is or you're lying. What would be the other option if I said, I don't believe that you're Australian? Thank you. So what third option? Maybe I missed it. I see the prayers. Hey, shout out to Zippy the Strange. Oh, just as he left, Bill Bradley gets the gifted membership. Thank you. So much. And of course, Morty very much appreciates it. Of course. Shout out to the co-sponsors of the stream. We got, oh my goodness, we got another co-sponsor. Oh my God. I'm glad I broke up some more of these. Shout out to Soil to Soul for the very first super chat ever for $10. Thank you. All three of you co-sponsoring the stream. Oh my goodness, you guys, thank you so much. I don't want to spend too much time gushing over you guys. Know how much I appreciate you. Let's do what you paid for and get right back into it. Thank you so much, guys.
I do.
Tell me why.
See, I think you do. Why? Because
what do you worry about?
A few years ago, someone did a
Al Gore?
Al Gore, yes. You're right, David. You know what? It's a big hoax because Al Gore has a big house and sometimes he leaves lights on in it.
Yup.
Oh my God.
No. You thought you did a thing, Bill. No, me.
They did. Someone did a compendium of all the climate studies. There was over 10. I think it was 10,880 of them. Some number like that, and there was only 2 dissenting about the idea that
appeal to authority.
Climate change was real and it was happening and it was caused by humans.
Shout out again to not only Soil to Soul, not only Zippy the Strange, but also our boy, Indie Film. All three of you are the co-sponsors of the stream. Thank you so much. It really means a lot to me.
So that's a consensus. That's what you call a consensus. I mean, you and I think are closer on the same page with vaccines and so forth. And that's because the human body is a lot more complicated and a lot more mysterious than climate science. That's why there's nowhere near that kind of consensus about how we treat any malady in the human body. That is the bottom of the ocean. Not so with the climate. It's not that complicated, climate. I mean, I couldn't do it, but climate science, it's geology and it's chemistry and it's some physics. It's not a mystery like why do people get Parkinson's disease? It just
Love you too, brother. Thank you very much.
isn't. So, oh shit, what was your question?
Climate change.
Any film says, I think I can add some perspective on this. You can believe in values, Judeo-Christian or whatever, and still not believe in that specific religion.
Bingo.
That's what words mean. Thank you, sir. Justice said, I am not a great man. I never claimed to be. I'm a broken man, brother. I also love this cunt too. He's helped me over a lot over the last year. I have nothing bad to say about him. And I fully accept that, Chester. I just, in that moment, you said something that was bad about me, even if you didn't mean to. And then when you doubled down, Teaching says, I was talking about Chester Bennington. I don't know you. That's a persona you hide behind. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I think that's a comment of the night. Shout out to Splits over on IG. Already left. All right. Any film said, well, Al Gore predicted massive climate change and catastrophe by 2012. Yeah, what was his thing? The inconvenient truth. Yeah, let's get back on topic. Let's say if we're getting back on topic, but I just want to add that when I said men that raise children are trans women, I hope you guys know I just mean the social role they're playing. Yeah, that they're that like basically the modern day beta. Completely get it. Completely get it. All right, yeah. Let's see if I missed anything else. All right, let's dive back in.
Oh, climate
about
change,
climate
yes.
change.
But when over 10,000 scientists all study the same subject and come up to the same, and two don't, you can say there's a dissenting field, but they could fit on a motorcycle. So yes, I think it's very.
And so, how many people supported Galileo when he said that we had a heliocentric solar system? It was just one guy. Like, the science is in, okay? The science is in, Bill. The atheist. The church said that everything revolves around the earth and God put us here, so it says in Genesis. So we must kill Galileo because he's going against the science. Why do you think it's any different now? There is no such thing as the science unless you're talking about the process by which we come to learn facts. So anything that you are saying is the science can and should be questioned.
And again, we see the results already. I mean, now, is it possible that we can raise the level of the ocean and not be met with disaster because of that? I guess it is. I guess there are things that could also change, but that's going to happen. It's kind of like when the Titanic hit the iceberg and she talks to Victor Garber and he says, well, lady, I hate to tell you, but
well, I think what she was what Leslie was saying is that in this modern context, then the father being there is not the same context as when we're not working jobs. It's like you go out and hunt and I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's what Leslie was saying. You could say it's Me Too and his. Are you talking about Me Too? Or are you referring to something else? His whole message was, we are flawed and need to accept our flaws. You're accusing and determined in a flawed argument, but yeah, let's move on. Move, man. Yeah, really. That's the most frustrating part to an atheist like myself. That's the most frustrating part, is that all of y'all, every religion, y'all are so fucking close. It's like, hey, maybe if we do these things, then it will be good. Yes. Because we have to please somebody else. Wait, what? Who else? Why don't we just be good to be good? Now, if there's people who don't want to do that, I agree. There is, as we talked about before, they have come to the state. But we're just talking about pure humanity. There is no there's no blockade there. Quality said, from Catholic to atheist to Buddhist to spiritual to a believer. I just need a sky daddy, or at least one to be mad at. Fair enough. Fair enough. Virgil said, please remember, be kind. I am currently in bed with Chester, and he is very caring. Shout out to Virgil and Chester getting it on. Listen, by the way, man-made climate change is a hoax. Now, I don't know. Well, it depends on what we mean, because I would have to, like, I don't want to say logic, but basic common sense would say that if there is a difference in the chemical makeup of the atmosphere, that it would affect things. That doesn't mean that it's affecting things to the level that they are saying, and that we, turning your fucking air conditioning to 78 degrees is necessary. But I don't think that humans using like fossil fuels, I don't think that has zero effect. I just think that, like, it's not what they say it is at all. Exactly, Justin. Exactly. This is correct. Any film, I agree with your sentiment and would raise you 30 more mothers. There you go. There you go. Just to talk about Victor Garber, he was the best actor in that movie M. I had heard about it, but I never saw it. I never saw it. True. Buddha is not a god. He is more like a Christ-like figure. So in theory, there's a god in Buddhism. One thing Christianity needs is self-reflection and refinement to cooperate with others rather than judge them.
Bingo.
Yup.
This Bergen, she talks to Victor Garber, and he says, well, lady, I hate to tell you, but there's 9 compartments on this ship, and if only 4 of them had flooded, we'd be good, but 5 did, and that means we're going down. We're just going to go down. So it's unlikely that you have some sort of lover you care about on the ship, but if you do...
Are you calling him a liar?
Now would be a good time to run.
Get it done with. Yeah, go do it now. This will be your last chance.
But no.
Who hasn't seen Titanic? Who hasn't seen Titanic? Everybody got to see Titanic. Should I go for it? Should I actually try to hit that note? I used to be a singer. I can't do it anymore, but let's just try. Nope, not doing that. As he said, Buddhism, I think, has 2 pillars. One is reaching nirvana through thinking about nothing, and also a religion with 18 hells. If you are bad, you go to one of these hells for what is perceived as forever. Then you are reincarnated. Crazy. Animal Instinct said, did you ever stream gaming on Twitch? I feel like you could do great at that, but Twitch is very left-leaning, and I guess it's hard to mix both gaming and politics. Yeah, I don't know how to play games, and we're streaming on Twitch right now, but I figure unless you're like in the Destiny verse, then I don't think people are really gonna come over here. But we get who was it before that that dude who came in earlier and said I hope I had a great stream. I also saw there was are you guys familiar with XMC? I was just looking at channels that were live the other night after I went live, and that wasn't on you, that was totally on me, and I should not have gone live. But anyway, after that, I was looking for other lives to go and be in the chat, and there was like 10 people there. It was like, oh yeah, I had like a 70K channel, and I'm big on Twitch, but like there's nobody here, so I'm gonna hit him up and see if we can get some clout farming to go. You know what I mean? No, but legitimately, just said he didn't say that to her. He said that to the captain. Which one are we talking about? No, I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen Titanic. Absolutely. I had all 3 VHSs. All 3 VHSs.
Oh, we have hit the iceberg, I think. So, those icebergs and stuff are melting. They will raise and it's a kind of a cycle, because the worse you make it, the worse you make it. So oceans, and then less ice to absorb all that.
I cannot wait to hear what PBD like. He's just droning on and like, well, yeah, all the scientists, just all the typical vague stories about how the world is going to end because of fossil fuels. I can't wait. I can't wait to hear what he's going to say. Just said, yeah, you haven't, you said, I haven't seen the movie. Maybe you meant something else. No, I said, I think, no. I thought you said, so in that movie, I didn't, when you said that movie, M, I thought you were talking about the movie M. And so I didn't know that, we were still talking. I guess M was a typo. I was saying I didn't see the movie M. What was it? Maybe I'm thinking of RRR, but whatever. Definitely have seen Titanic.
And it's just throwing something off balance. Not to mention the incredible decimation of species that we're doing. I don't know how many species you can kill. I mean, if it's just going to be chickens, dogs, and cats, it's going to be.
How many species out of all the species to ever exist, Bill Maher, do you think still exist today? Oh, so like extinction is just a part of evolution. Got it. Yeah, he's not doing them any favors. Yeah. And even said climate change is one of the left's religions. Be good to nature or it will punish you. Yeah, right.
It's going to be bleak, and I don't know if you can even survive. I think the ecosystem needs its component parts, although obviously it can sustain a lot of extinction because almost everything that ever was on Earth has been extinct.
Bingo.
I mean, if everything that was ever alive was still.
So what we're actually talking about is preserving the conditions that allow humans to live, not caring about the planet. When you understand that that's what it is, number one, we can all get on the same page because we all want to live on Earth. And then we can actually look at what is going to create changes in the environment for human purpose. When, the climate change agenda is about how the Earth is going to be so bad. Earth is going to be fine. Trust me.
Still alive. It'd be very crowded at the zoo. Anyway, I'm concerned about the environment.
We got to watch that again. Fall flat. That joke fell flat.
Everything that was ever alive was still alive. It'd be very crowded at the zoo. Anyway, I'm
One more time.
crowded at the zoo. Anyway, I'm concerned about the environment, and
How do you think we fix this? So
See, this is something I can agree with more than there's no such thing as human caused climate change. This is, I completely agree. We have no control over it. It is what, it's going to do what it's going to do. But I think when we talk about, the factories and everything, it has to have some change. And if there's too much plant food in the air for us, we are not plants. That makes sense. I just don't believe that we are anywhere near that point. I don't like, do you guys, a genuine question, do you guys think, and so this is your area, right? So do you think that that humans have caused zero change to the climate? Or are you more where I am, where like, obviously it's changed, but it don't really matter because it's not detrimental like that. Zippy said to Guantic, as an aside, the greatest takeaway I saw in Buddhism was to flow with life and try to understand it. In a few ways, Taoism and Shintoism have similar themes. Yep, I got you'll see it upside down, but I got my, my Buddhist, it's such a bad spot to try to show. My tribal style Buddha right there. And it says, follow your bliss. So the Soul says the current state of climate change has people thinking that they are stronger than nature and that if we change our ways, we'll be in some sort of stasis. It simply doesn't exist. Jester said the Earth is green to a significant amount over the last 50 years. Well, that's because all the ice caps melted.
How dare you?
We obviously affect the climate, but carbon dioxide is not the main issue. It's also something we can't control. That's okay. That makes sense to me. That's more what my position is. So the Soul says environmental changes and climate changes are different things. often put in the same box with the what's AGW, agricultural. I don't know. Zibi said, we can aim to pollute less as we lower costs to try and drive new innovation to lower pollution and cost. But we do things backwards, like polluting more via electric vehicles. Yep, where's mood? We were just talking about electric vehicles. We're going through Biden's infrastructure bill, and a big part of it was to make sure that there's more electric vehicles out there. It's like we were talking about that. Electric vehicles, at least today, in 2024, an electric vehicle is a luxury. A luxury. Solar panels are a luxury. These are not things to help, especially poor people, combat anything. That even if on the long term, something like solar panels will eventually pay for themselves, the upfront cost is the same. It's the same reason it's a stupid thing. Well, buy an electric car. Motherfucker, if I can afford an electric car, I wouldn't be worrying about this shit. I'm broke. That's why it's a problem. Anthropogenic global warming. Gotcha. I never would have gotten there, but as soon as I seen it, I got it. Just said British Petroleum invented the term carbon footprint. Good job, British Petroleum. How dare you?
How dare you?
Leslie said, well, there's just simply no denying there's more CO2 in the atmosphere right now than there's ever been. While not just humans existed, but all life on Earth. We have no idea what will happen. But 97% of scientists agree. On what? On what, Bill? What do they agree on? Just so there's a good reason for that. And people are slowly understanding what they're doing. Fair enough. All right, let's jump back in here. With you guys being so gracious. I want to try to get through this whole thing. I don't know. I mean, we're only at just about 2:40 now, but I think we could do it.
I'm concerned about the environment, and how
do you think we fix this? So, like, we have. I think it's fair to say, like, there's a lot of weird things going on too. Weathers around the world, right? Like, not weather around the world. Hurricanes, San Diego, you're seeing videos. And you say, oh, Germany. I said, what is all this stuff? I mean, this is too crazy right now to be looking at it. The other day, I'm in Fort Lauderdale. A tornado hit Fort Lauderdale. Okay. These are kind of weird things that's going on simultaneously. What's the solution? How do we fix it? What is the approach to take it? I think that becomes the question, right? You identify the problem, then you sit there and say, what is the solution?
Yeah, I agree. Of course. I mean, that's exactly what we're talking about. And no, I don't think it's always about throwing money at the problem.
Speaking of money, Ian Hartman is on point that 90% of the funding for climate studies go to people that agree. Again, this is what, all you have to say is the food pyramid. The food pyramid. That was the science for decades. Maybe some of you might even be too young. Probably not. I just wanted an excuse to show it. But let's get it. Of course, they're going to give me the smallest one. They always give me. Where are my goddamn tools? It's going to be tiny. It's going to be tiny. Look how tiny it's going to be. This is the largest photo they have. But anyway, as you can clearly see, there we go. I mean, you guys know it. All down here. Oh, this is an updated one. This is an updated one. They're trying to pull a fast one. They're trying to pull a fast one. Yeah, this was the original. Where is it? Come on, open a new tab. Why didn't they show me this one first? So yeah, you got to get all these grains every single day. 6 to 11 servings of bread, cereal, rice, and pasta per day. 2 to 3 servings of milk, yogurt, and cheese per day. The science. My point is, it's funny. When we were talking about this the other day and you said BP, I thought BP like the gas station. But okay, I guess that's British Is that what BP stands for? I was today years old when I figured that out. If I did figure that out. Did I figure that out? Is that what BP stands for? Anyway, just my point is if BP wants people to watch their carbon footprint, what does that mean? The richest fossil fuel company in the world decides to suggest that we all need to be worried about this. Interesting. Yeah, it's interesting why they would. So if I'm not saying that I disagree, but I'm just saying if this is the case, then what is the reasoning behind them wanting to do that? Because it would seem that if you're selling fossil fuels and carbon footprints, then you would want to make those a good thing. But obviously, we see that as a bad thing. It even said, I will deny that there's not more CO2 in the atmosphere than there's ever been, because we don't have records to cover when it's ever been. And consensus is not science. Yep. It's pretty well established that CO2 was deposited the last couple ions. Wow. Just as the food pyramid was created by sugar companies to suggest that fat is what makes people fat. And then there was a whole craze about low fat, no fat. Jenny Craig. I don't really know if her shit was no fat. But like, this is the same fucking people. It's not the same scientists. It's the same people. Thank you, Zippy. It's the same people giving the money. The same people who are like, oh, we need to put the sugar and make the food pyramid. Those people are the same. But we don't trust the food pyramid, but we trust them over here. Make that make sense. The richest company telling you when the richest companies tell you to stop doing what they're doing, what happens? I don't know what happens. Comsick said our biggest takeaway from our debate with Mood last week: science can be questioned, but the media and governments that dish out the info are never to be trusted. At least not right now. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
And no, I don't think it's always about throwing money at the problem. I also don't think this was something we did about a year ago. I also don't think that the method that we have basically been using or trying to use for the longest time, which is make people be good or want to be good, plainly is not working. I think the amount of coal we burned 30 years ago was like 38% of the grid, and now like the last year it was 37.
And again, I love that PBD is just sitting back, laying in wait, knowing that he's already got the kill. Just let him, just go and put out all that rope because he's just gonna himself with it. Just as BP did this to hook into the ESG thing. ESG and DEI are at the bottom of everything bad in our society. They can take heat off of them for spilling millions of litres. How do we measure them? What's the American way? We say gallons, or is that not how we measure? I guess we do in barrels. Anyway, they pretend they're investing in renewables, which is nearly a lie. Yep. And the point is, if they get to the cultural thing of the day and pretend they're doing good things by spending money on useless wind farms, it's a fraction of the cost of just selling oil. That makes sense. And so I said, historically speaking, we're in a CO2 deficit. God damn. Oy vey. It's such an uphill battle to get any of this to be understood by the average person because of people like that guy. And even said when ice melts, it releases CO2. So I'm told. So if the sun were to heat up the earth and melt ice, it would release more CO2. The sun causes more CO2 in the atmosphere. Yeah, makes sense. Heard the same. Has the trans and saturated fat things been debunked yet? I mean, generally, yes, but people still, they just think fat is bad. Fat, because I don't want to be fat. But that's not what it means. But that's why keto and paleo and stuff like that got big. Yeah. Good point, Chester. Smoking companies also invested in quit smoking programs while simultaneously selling tobacco. Yep. There you go. Dietrich said the icebergs are, and the melting and they can't absorb, and it made things bad,
What?
Shaved 1 point off of it. So I don't know what the answer is, and I'm
well, at least he's saying he doesn't know what the answer is.
not encouraging people to be pigs, but apparently they're going to be.
What?
It's just in our nature to be fucking pigs and to pig out on convenience and luxury and excess.
And that's the narrative, that but you're a bad person because you want to consume anything. Now, consumerism, materialism is not great, but to have the freedom and the ability to consume the things that we have and want and need is a good thing. I don't know if you know that, Bill, but I appreciate that. Also, like I said, PBD is like the tiger lying in wait, watching a peacock. He then attacks when the peacock gets too close and obsessed, flaunting itself. Just the people have been convinced that carbon, being the essence of life, is bad. It doesn't work, though, because they're waking up to it. We know what carbon is. BP tried, and they convinced a lot of people, but no one believes it anymore. Yep. So he says, as I say, that things have levels. You cannot be so fast to change, as it makes more of a mess. And that's what the climate Nazis and EVs are doing. Bad things. Yep. Oh, he doesn't want... You called it. You called it.
You know, maybe it's because it gets you laid. I don't know what the fuck. But people, or makes you, I don't know, shopping. And people just like shit. They like buying shit. And
Projection. Sorry. Good catch. I just didn't put two and two together real quick.
Making shit, and they just do. They want to live their fucking life, and sometimes the result is not great for the environment. Anyway, I mean, I fly in a private jet.
I'll start it, and we'll see.
You probably do too. You know, is it?
Yeah, but PBD is not like, oh no, I'm such a bad person for using a private jet. Teacher says, how can you truly have an opinion when you don't even have a grasp on the spark notes on your own side's agenda? Conformity. It's not even about having an opinion. It's about the fact that he dictates the opinion. He's the guy behind the desk. It's bad enough. We're just like, oh, well, you know, we should, I'm going to glue my hand to the street. Whatever. Like, yes, it's bad that you're causing traffic, and that's terrible. But I don't really give a shit about you. But when you're affecting millions of people's minds every single week, yeah, at least the spark notes. At least.
I said before, I can be called a bad environmentalist. I cannot be called a hypocrite. So I'm not going to say I'm the greatest environmentalist, and I'm also not going to, I couldn't do these gigs I do, and I wouldn't even, even I was taking it somewhere for pleasure. Fuck that. You know what? Yes, there's a certain part of me that's going to live life while I'm here. Look, if I thought it was really making a difference.
Yep. Yeah. Now that he's come back to it, and he like pigs. But yeah, I'll take a private jet, even just for comfort. Comment of the night. I just don't get how you can have such a degree of arrogance and have no self-awareness. I mean, I get it because it's really, really, really common. But I don't get it. How do you get there? Oh my God, how I would love to be able to be this confident and this stupid.
To the 8 trillion flights or whatever it is every day that are crisscrossing the globe, you know, make it illegal if it's really, and they're not going to do that.
Exactly.
So the point.
Well, why do you think they're not going to make it illegal, Bill?
The bottom line point is that we're going to have to think of something.
And maybe we will, but why wouldn't you think that we would? Name any human ending experience that we've had that we have not found a solution to? Oh wait, we're still here. Obviously. Sibby said you're a collectivist that does try to ignore that you're a collectivist. Bill is a hypocrite. Yeah, right. As soon as you can call me a bad environmentalist, but you can't call me a hypocrite. Okay, I just do things and say the opposite. And when I mean something, I say what I don't mean. But I'm not a hypocrite, okay? Just said the super rich don't believe it. I'm saying rich enough that your groceries go up by 150% in 1 year and you have enough money to pay for it and don't care because you think it's good for the world. Yeah, all the people who are buying beachfront properties. Like, something tells me, this is, again, going back to what, I wish Mood was here because I don't really like talking about people when they're not here, but I'm just referencing the conversation. But Guamtech, we were when he and I were talking to Mood, and we were talking about just like, masks and stuff. And it's like, well, if it's so serious, then why is Nancy Pelosi going out and getting a haircut when it's so desperate that we Why is it okay that Gavin Newsom goes to the French Laundry and has 25 people at a table? Why is it okay that racism be deemed a health emergency so that people can go out and riot? Make it make sense.
Because making humans not act selfishly it's like that's what communism tried to do. It tried to make people not act selfishly.
Yeah.
And that was never going to work. Humans are selfish.
I think to me, what
Well said, Dietrich. You don't owe the world anything, but you owe it to yourself. The humility that no one gives a fuck about what you think when it only suits you. Well said. Well said.
that's the part what I like about long form podcasts or debates, is because the more we talk,
Christian God is evil too.
if you can reason, you're going to come to a conclusion. And what conclusion do we come here from? Climate change. Neither one of us are experts in this topic. You're not a scientist. I'm not a scientist. We haven't spent 20, 30 years of our lives thinking about
The science isn't the question. People know what the science is.
Yeah, the science is the science. There's no questioning the science. It's why else would they call it the science?
When you're debating the science, it means you just have a weak hand and you want to do what you want to do, and that's fine.
Projection. Had to take a big sip for that one because the level of projection was really bad. Yep, that's exactly who I was thinking of. Exactly who I was thinking of. You obviously don't really either. You're so rich that you believe in climate change, but just like Chester, you were talking about the groceries, that you believe that climate change is real and that we're all going to die. But you have enough money to buy the beachfront property and enjoy it until we all go down. That is, if that's what you believe, for whatever reason, you probably know more than I do. I definitely do not research climate science. Or it's bullshit and you want to live on the beach. One or the other. So the Soul said professional greenhouse growers actually pump CO2 into their greenhouses to the tune of 1,000 parts per million or even higher. I wonder why we don't hear about that in the news and demonize greenhouse growers. Well, we know. Yep. Communism. Exactly. This is a perfect statement going back on the atheist thing. That not our atheist thing, but just in general. That was it. I forget who it was. I apologize. But whoever was saying that without religion, then we're gonna get wokeism. Not necessarily. We just need a better replacement. Communism ain't it. The American identity is. He's not wrong that humans are selfish. That's why we have religion. True, but we don't need religion. We are beyond that if we would just accept that we are beyond that. But people want to cling to their gods, and fine, whatever. Bill, humans are selfish. Pot, meat, kettle. Yup. So if a Christian God is evil, then I don't know what evil is, if you genuinely believe that. Yeah, read the book of Job, and it's pretty nasty.
But the science is in. There's no debating the science anymore. That was my point about the 10,800 peer-reviewed studies that all came to basically the same conclusion.
Exactly. That is what we call a consensus. Science, again, is a process, not a fact. Political Pokey says he believes you shall sacrifice. Yeah, right? I give up the gesture. Just because people think carbon means poison. Yep.
The science is in on it. Yes, the
Is it though?
debate is what do we do about it? Or do we just Thelma and Louise it and hold hands and drive off the Grand Canyon and say, you know what? As long as we're
Okay,
going,
let's
we're gonna
go.
I'm going to go out strong.
Well, let me ask you a
But
question.
I don't want to be the one to tell India and China, who have been watching the rest of the world
Yeah.
pollute for.
What?
I know he didn't just say that. I'm so glad I started out with the clip of him saying that Trump was worse, or Trump's dementia was worse than Biden's. India and China are watching the rest of the world pollute?
What?
How can you be so wrong? How can you be so... You cannot be more wrong than this. It is India and China that is causing the pollution. Am I wrong about that? Because that's just what I've heard. And the people who seem to actually know what they're talking about. Again, I am not a climate scientist, and I don't feel that is a good use of my time to research climate science. But as I understand, China and India are the two worst polluting countries of all. Imagine 10 years of oxygen is destroying the environment. Yeah, that's how they're going to get you into the pods. Oh, you got to get into the pods. We got to give you premium air. Have you guys seen those? Well, I don't know if you're on TikTok, but the YouTube shorts where a teenage girl or like a 20-year-old girl will call her dad or her boyfriend and be like, yeah, I just brought my car in and they said my tires were short on air, but he gave me a deal. It was only $300 and he gave me premium air.
What?
And they're like, excuse me? And that's the joke, because obviously air is air. But Idiocracy came true and will continue to do so. So said it's sad. Is it Guantex said Jordan Peterson is the only political commentator that has mentioned that we've been going through a massive greening of certain parts of the earth that doesn't have it due to CO2. So said yes, and it's sad it isn't mentioned more. The greening has been observed for a decade or more now. We have more trees than what was thought we would have when we started replacing them. Really? I'm over here thinking, oh my goodness, the Amazon. Let's take a look. Let's actually take a look. The Amazon. Yeah. Rainforest. No, I don't want directions. Give me the fucking... No, give me the fucking map. Where's the map? Zoom out. I want the map. Okay, well, this is annoying. Why doesn't it just show me? Okay, well, I don't know how to do this. But you get it. I was thinking that the whole forest is gone. And like, oh no. Which again, I would be like, oh, that's bad. But we can plant more trees. So we said the dihydrogen oxide scare was funny. I think that did not take off. Oh man, we did that in high school. And oh my God. Yeah. Or I remember, oh, your epidermis is showing. Just that religion is sure profitable. But I was talking about the Christian God, and we can talk about the book of Job if you want. God was not evil. If anyone thinks God is, then they haven't met Satan. Again, there's levels to this shit. You can be evil, and there can be more evil than that. True, but yeah, I mean, I don't think that's what he was talking about. Yep, definitely religion. Let's see. He said the masters used to believe in Logos and Apollo before they created Christianity. They want the poor to go to Christian churches and the rich to go to Freemason lodges where the Logos is still waiting. Yep, that's why they got what is it? The Bohemian Grove and what's the other one I'm thinking of? You guys know what I mean. Bilderberg. There you go. Ian said, 70-year-old man who has no heirs, but he's worried about the future of the planet. That's a good point. All right, let's jump back in here.
India and China, who have been watching the rest of the world pollute forever Oh, now I'm so sorry. It's a very bad situation. You can't have refrigeration or air conditioning or cars because we used all that up. Sorry, that's not going to happen. Everybody in the world wants to live like Americans.
So
The Sahara? Like the desert? Why don't I know this? That's criminal. That is criminal. Did it? Let's try that again because I do want to see that. Okay, where are we? You said we go to maps. Bottom left of that picture. Click. Bottom left. Oh, this. Aha, there we go. Okay. Yeah, so I thought this shit, I mean, so Soy was saying the US, but like if this they act like this shit looks like this. Oh, well, you can't say that. But like all this white shit. They and I think this is pretty green. Pretty green. It's places like this. Yeah, that's crazy. Virgil said, Chester, get back to the bedroom. I'm wearing my microthong waiting for you. Thank you. Chester said, religion is a human system of organizing a set of values. It has nothing to do with a god. A religion can be all kinds of things. Most of them involve gods, but they don't all use that word. I wish more of them wouldn't. So it said, did you know 12,000 years ago, Canada was nothing but an ice sheet? Now it is a lot of forest. The landscape changes naturally. I'm not saying we should get rid of the forest. I'm saying the earth itself destroys and rebuilds itself way more than we mere humans ever have or could, right? You can be gay, dude. That's no need to change anybody's mind.
If somebody said, I want to, I want to go out there and address the issue of gravity. If I want to go out there and gravity or something that no matter how much time you put into it or resources you put into it, there's certain laws you can't do anything about. Law of familiarity. Okay. To me,
fair. This
is my first time here, right? That's sick. Okay.
Still waiting on my tequila. Hey, shout out to Bo Joe. Welcome to the party. Good to see ya. Yeah, right. Just actually like Virgil. He's a Facebook fucker, but he's pretty funny. That this is Virgil is the type of troll that we like. He's not attacking anybody. He's just adding some fun into what we're doing. You know? He does. He asked for tequila at the beginning of the thing. Bill poured himself a drink and just started drinking it. And Peter's like, what you got there? He's like, oh, it's tequila. Would you like one? And then forgot because he's drunk. So he said, humanity is like a crap stain on the rear of a cow. After Humanity show on the History Channel was neat. Oh, the After Humanity. Yeah, that was cool, actually. Virgil is the spice that makes IJ so nice. Indian spicy.
This is my first time here, right? That's sick. Okay. That's a real cool couch.
Let's take a look at this angle while we're here. Since we're all, why you would even have these pillars here in the first place. Like, I don't know anything about construction, but I would bet money that neither of these, or at least one, is not load-bearing. That these are just decorative. Why?
That sign is cool. I went back there and I looked at your engineer room. You have Make America Great Again. You had George Bush toilet paper. You had Barack Obama. You had all this cool stuff.
Right.
But to me, this is sick, right? Why is this sick to me? It's my first time here. But to you...
Oh, we are not doing anything wrong.
You probably don't look at everything the same way I look at it, right? Because it's called law of familiarity.
Right.
Perfect. So now what do? Do I sit there and judge you and I say, how dare you not be grateful for the amazing things you have around you? How dare you not, be so familiar with your stuff? You ought to be grateful about that couch all the time. Law of familiarity says, I'm not going to change Bill Maher. Bill is going to do what Bill is going to do, right? Okay.
If they're in his basement, then that makes it even worse. Go buy a fucking studio space. You're fucking rich.
So climate change debate, you know, we have a problem.
Shout out to Dietrich's wife. Oh my God, it got him. That's a good one. Shout out to Dietrich's wife. That was funny. That was funny. I was like, what is he saying? Why are we here? Good one. Good one. Good one.
Problem. This is what's going on. Change debate. You know, we have a problem. This is what's going on. Fine. 10,800, you know, research, you know, scientists. Great. Let's agree on that. That's exactly what's going on. Now, what do we do? So what if scientists come back and say the way for us to save civilization, we have to bring the population back down to 3 billion. Do you agree with that strategy?
Oh, I'd love it. I'd like to take part.
Bill? You know, there's a camera on you and you just said, yay, G-side? It's just at every fucking level. At every single level. It's just always bad ideas. All the way around. How do you end up there? Just that he sounds like he's got a nice bowl.
Part in it.
You'd like to take part in it,
Yes,
right?
there's way too many people.
So you think there's way too many people?
Of course. I mean,
That's correct. I mean, funny post here, but like, holy shit. He really did just say, yeah, he just said that. He just said that.
The way for us to save civilization, we have to bring the population back down to 3 billion.
Notice we're nearing 9 billion. That's more than half of all the people. It's okay it's okay to agree with the G word as long as you call it eugenics. I think this is a joke, but I don't get it. So I'll let Chester take that one.
Do you agree with that strategy?
oh, I'd love it. I'd like to take part in it.
You'd like to take part in it,
Yes,
right?
there's way too many people.
So
Yeah, he should.
you think there's way too many people?
Of course.
I can't say that.
Course. I mean, yes, not to fit, but for resources. See, this is the silly argument that the population expanders like to give, like, we've got plenty of room. Yes, of course we do. No contest. We've got plenty of room. Did you ever fly over the country? It's mostly empty. Yes, like your head, mostly empty. That's not the issue. We could fit them in. We can't feed them.
Oh, but the illegal immigrants, come on in. Right, Bill? You dumb motherfucker.
They all shit. They use water. You can't
But illegal immigrants don't.
grow water. There's already a water shortage in this world.
Actually, there's plenty of water. There's an abundance of salt, actually.
There's a water shortage out here before
There's an ocean right there.
Gavin got in office and made it rain.
He's the GOAT, right?
But
he's the greatest.
he's not the
government-
GOAT.
Said he's
but
the
he's-
goat. He said he's the goat. Oh my God. I love PBD so goddamn much. Oh my God. So said, bring in the Georgia Guidestone conspiracies. I don't know what that means. Virgil said, I love American comedies, but it's a shame that they are not funny. Well, I mean, we don't claim Bill. We don't claim Bill, especially as a comedian. I just put that out there. Just I don't blame him because he's not thinking. He's talking shit. He's like those mates we all have who say random shit without any context. I think you're coping. Hey, good news! Melting ice caps means more water.
He could be the fucking
I know you-
47th president.
I don't disagree. I fully agree with you. I think if they,
But you think,
that there's a.
but again, what has Biden done what's the worst? Okay,
Tell
Afghanistan.
me which
Iraq.
story you want to.
No.
For me,
See, look at this politician
moved the
again.
stories,
I just said
Nothing. You
really,
just
if you-
said nothing. You've spent the last hour of your own podcast bumbling and fumbling around your words like you're good old Biden and have said nothing. But now, oh, you're being a politician again. Just answer the question, okay? I can't stand this guy.
this politician
moved the
again.
stories,
I just said, you really, if you're not thinking about running for office, you should.
I'm not at all.
Well, you should.
I wasn't born here. I
Because
have no
this
desire.
is your natural skill.
You think so?
Deflecting. It
I think
is.
Newsom is.
I told you, there's a lot of jockey in here.
I think that's Newsom's ability. I think Newsom is phenomenal.
That's what coping means, especially on the internet. When somebody says cope, it means they're saying what they think about the conversation in such a way to make it seem okay for them, even though they're wrong.
I think Newsom
just
made
did it again.
a fantastic politician.
Okay.
He could fully pull it off.
That's what
Did you see the story that came out today about Michelle
Newsom
as a politician for sure?
Yes.
But then I asked results and, winner, and then you got upset. You said,
Again, this is all about games and winning. It's not about doing anything unless we're talking about what Trump hasn't done. You don't have any reason to question whether or not the fact that he can win means that he should win, because it's just about winning. It's not about helping anybody. It's not about doing the right thing. It's about winning and being on the right side of history. Okay.
said,
I don't know.
That to me, there's a part of it that's results driven.
I haven't studied his bio lately. I'm sure there are some things that we did here in California that benefited a lot of people. It's a local.
Yes, again, Chester, this is what we call on the internet cope.
I don't watch the
I'm not disagreeing with your statements. I'm categorizing them.
local news.
I can listen to you for hours. I can listen to you for hours, and I've listened to you for thousands of hours. Because I'm on the other side. I'm not a mainstream guy. You're a guy that's been around, and we've listened to you over the years. And I think, like I said earlier,
Interesting. See if he'll pick up on that you're a mainstream guy. How he'll take that.
during COVID, you really played a big role. You had conversations others simply didn't have the brass to have.
Well, that's true. Again, I'm not going to start a big fight about that
others
one.
didn't have the brass to have. But
Right.
the results side, when I'm simply asking, California, for example. If you look at California, I lived here for 24 years. I went to Glendale High School.
Oof.
Glendale?
I lived in
That's something like nobody actually articulated it this way for me, but I mean we all know it, but it needed to be put out there for me. 4 biggest states in the country. We have New York, California, Texas, and Florida, right? Did I mess that up? No, yeah, Florida. 2 of them are blue. 2 of them are red. What's going on with the migration of people between those states? All the motherfuckers are leaving the blue states and going to the red states. Actually, did I get that from this? Was he talking about that? Maybe he was talking about this. Gavin McInnes. Where's he? You mean Gavin Newsom? I made that mistake last time. But is that what you mean? What does Gavin McInnes have to do with this? I love it.
you look at California. I lived here for 24 years. I went to Glendale High School.
Glendale?
I lived in
Glendale?
class of 96. Yes, Glendale High School.
Glendale
I lived
next
off
to
of Broadway,
Pasadena, Glendale?
right next to Pasadena. Nitro, class of 96.
I did a stand-up special.
Nobody
there once.
cares.
No, I did it. No, in some
He's telling you a story about his life. He's your guest. Shut the fuck up.
theater there in Glendale in like 1994.
Probably because Bill has terribly uncomfortable chairs that are not flattering. They make you look weird because you're sitting all like, again, was it Soil to Soil who said the feng shui on this whole set is just fuck 6 ways to Sunday.
Something. It was one
Do you
of.
remember is it Alex? Do you remember what the name of the theater?
No idea. And
Okay.
it was not a good choice of.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Now that you say that, it was Officer Tatum watching Gavin McInnes. There you go. Thank you.
Event.
Really?
Well, I wasn't as good a comic as I am now, and it was Glendale. No, it was
Like Julia Louis-Dreyfus?
I don't know. It was not my favorite one of my specials. Anyway, go on with your story. You grew up in Glendale.
Glendale High School. I lived
Glendale High
I lived in
School.
Northridge.
Now, did they pick on you because you were Iranian?
No, I got along with everybody.
Good.
I was a
Good.
guy that got
But
along.
did they get along with you? So you didn't.
No, I get along with everybody. I like people. I enjoy listening to people.
Well,
I enjoy
good.
getting to know people. But think about it. So for me, I lived here 24 years.
Oh, Richard Dreyfuss.
And all of a sudden, Time Magazine comes out with an article called United States of Texas. Okay. And Texas is doing this, and Texas is doing that, and Texas offers this.
Wait, oh
Governor
my God,
Perry's
oh my God,
coming
oh my God. Shout out to Leslie. Give me a second here. Okay, I'm gonna figure this out. We're gonna do this one. And no, we'll start with this one. Hold on, let me get these lined up in order. And then we're going to do a thing. We're going to do a thing. And we're going to thing. You know what I mean? And we'll end with that one. Boom. Okay. We'll go here. And we'll go here. We'll do that one. So we start out the show. Shout out to Leslie for this, because this, it's just pure comedy. Check this out. So we got when Richard Dreyfuss is on. Starts out like this. Okay. I mean, okay. And then we got here. Oh shit! Now I'm assuming the wrong thing. Hold on. Then we're getting here. And we're getting a little bit there. And we end up down here. Whoa, my God. Why? Shout out to Leslie and shout out to Richard Dreyfuss. Oh, my God. Dietrich said Bill Maher interviewing Bill Maher with guest sitter PBD. Yup.
Here recruiting businesses away. Then I go to Texas. I move my insurance headquarters to Addison. And
a second drink on the show. Clearly you've been drinking already. And no offer. There's nothing else I need to say.
Away. Then I go to Texas. I move my insurance headquarters to Addison. And we stayed there for 5 years.
And like you, I think it was Guantek, whoever said it, ain't no way that PBD is not noticing that.
And then we moved to Florida. Okay.
So you've lived in Texas and Florida.
I lived Texas 5 years.
Hey, there it is.
I lived Florida 3 years. I lived here 24 years. 2 years Germany, 10 years Iran, and then a couple years in Tennessee, Carolina, and Kentucky because of the Army.
Right.
But if you judge success, like on this show,
real quick again, as if you have not already hit that like button, it would mean so much to me if you could just tap it. And if you like the show, hit subscribe. Live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern.
Here, how do you judge success on this show or Bill Maher? Viewership, right? Eyeballs.
Well, I mean, if someone just thinks it's a show, I feel that's quite a victory because, you get
eyeballs.
Absolutely, that's certainly
Okay.
part of it.
So
yeah.
what do you think? What do you think people would say if your show started getting 200 views?
Loser!
Instead of the millions of views it gets?
Loser!
And they left you for, I don't know, they went
The Indian Jesus. Let's go.
to another show to watch and they're not watching you.
Well, if it got down to 200, I hope I would have quit by then. I mean,
Ooh, good. That's a bar. Pleasure is Bill's God. And that's the thing. It's either the state or themselves. It's the state or hedonism. If we do not replace God with something, then it will be replaced with the things that we don't want. You're absolutely incorrect. I would love Bill's audience. I would. Oof. Shout out to Guamtek. Said PBD doesn't get one, but Marty does. Marty, come on up here. Look, come get a treat. Where are you? Come here. Come on, they're waiting on you. There you go. Good boy. Oh, you got a little shock. With that one. Thank you so much. Guamtek, shout out to you. PBD doesn't get one, but Morty does. Thank you. Very, very, very much, sir. Very much appreciated.
if it got down to 200, I hope I would have
Definitely
quit
finish
by
it now.
then. I mean, I could get 200 in death. They could just run shit,
But if it did, what would they
I
say?
could beat a lot of people in death.
Would you be considered a winner if this show went to 200 views?
Come on, bro. I knew exactly where he was.
No, right?
No.
It would be like, okay, this guy's not
Correct.
getting results.
Not
Okay,
a winner.
and I'm going purely data, okay?
I don't know if y'all realize, but PBD is still talking about Gavin Newsom. Bill's all over the place. And he's like, all right, I'm only going to get to PBD's like, there's one point that I'm going to make here. Aside from the fact that Bill just started out the show by being like, hey, dementia, right? I mean, Biden is bad, but look at Trump's dementia. Aside from that, he's like, ooh, I'm just going to sit back and wait for it. It's going to be beautiful. Just said we could place God with, I don't know, God's been around, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay.
Go
Since
data, baby.
1851, the great state of California we all love, right? The first time it lost population from 1851.
Well, say actually, Chester. Okay, prove it. I'm 1,000. As if you can prove it, I'll go along with it. Oh, that's why we are here in the first place, right?
Back to back to back to back. 3 years in a row under Newsom, people left here.
Right.
Okay, so why did they leave? That's a stat.
They
This
lost because
year-
of this is when he was on Friday. This is what I was confronting him with.
Well, the numbers say that people wanted this, that, and the other. No, motherfucker, they just want to get away from your cultural bullshit. That's why. End of story. Teacher said the sale line for going on Bill's show. I'd like to have you. I'll ask you questions about yourself, then stop you to talk about me. You'll watch me, bitch, contradict and backtrack myself. Sound fun? Come on over. Have y'all seen how he, at the end of my clips, I'll be like, thanks so much for watching, guys. If you all that. Have y'all heard how he ends his clips? I forget if it's, we all find it. Hold on. Club random. We just need a clip. A random clip.
So you don't, as I heard you say, of all the guys at night.
Hey, thanks for watching the clip.
Wait, can you see it? Okay, yeah.
And he has the longest monologue of all the guys at night.
Hey, thanks for watching the clip. Hit the subscribe button now so you never miss out on our club random content that's posted daily.
It's like he's yelling at you. Hey, post it now so you don't miss anything. Daily. Jesus Christ. Chester said, I can prove when a site. That's not what I asked you, is it? Moving the goalpost. But yeah, try. Also, not what I asked you. Prove that God exists, and then you're good. But you can't do that. Hobo Joe says maybe, but religion and God are still in many ways unmatched as a psychological technology for alleviating existential suffering, i.e. a child dying of cancer or a soldier in a foxhole.
Bingo.
Why is that? You are absolutely right, Hobo Joe. You are 1,000% correct that the only thing we have is faith. Because instead of actually learning about our universe and the spiritual aspects of it, we just say, look, this old book, these dudes got it right. And we stop there. That doesn't sound like a good plan of how to deal with when a child dies of cancer or being a soldier in a foxhole. I didn't assume anything. I said, okay, prove it. That's all I said. I do assume that you can't prove it, but I didn't say anything. But I'm absolutely open. If you have any proof, I absolutely want it. Please, again, do not call me a liar. If you want to prove, you wouldn't say, well, you can't prove God. I didn't. When did I say don't try? I specifically told you, run back the tape, bro. I just said, we moved on beyond your comment. I stopped the video, came back to your comment and said, okay, I'll agree with you. Just prove it. Then stop saying that I didn't say things that I said, or that the things that I say are not true. That's what that means. You continue to call me a liar and then get mad when I point out that you said, yes, I said, okay, prove it. And then I said, you can't, because I know you can't. But if you could prove me wrong. So prove it. But you can't. Cope.
They
This
lost because
year-
of this is when he was on Friday.
Nobody's stopping you. Nobody's stopping you. When did I say you have to prove it right now? But if I play the video, then you can't prove it anymore. No, go ahead. Take your time. Prove it. And I will. Okay, well, if you know, then what are we talking? You're exactly right. If you know that you can't prove it, then you can't prove it. You're exactly right. No. I assume you won't prove it, but I don't know. That's what the agnosticism is. Chester is being very Chester tonight.
Did they leave? That's a stat.
They
This
lost because
year-
of this is when he was on Friday. This is what I was confronting him with. I didn't mention that because he gets that every time, so that's boring. But I was telling him about my issues with California, which are people's issues.
Yeah, so Hobo Joe is saying, I'm all for deepening our spiritual understanding and coming up with new solutions to problems like fear of death and suffering. But all we know at this time is, the religions that we have. And that's fine. That's how science works. But when we accept that we have the answers, when we are relying on faith, which by definition means that we don't know things, we just feel them and accept them to be true, despite the fact we don't have reasons to do so. Because if we did, we wouldn't say we have faith, we would say we have knowledge. Words have meanings. And so the idea that it's always 5 o'clock for Chester. The idea that we rely on these things. Think about medicine. We used to rely on bloodletting. That was the science. That was the best answer that we had. But nobody was like, we should just not ever look at any better solutions to our problems than bloodletting, because it's in a book and somebody said it, so it's right. We continued to go and do science and find better solutions. Why don't we do this in the area of spirituality? I'm not saying nobody, but in general, people don't do that. They either just throw it away and say, I'm an atheist, I don't believe in any of that, I don't care about that. Or they're like, I believe this and nothing can change it.
Why do companies leave? Taxes are too high, too hard.
So prove me wrong, dumbass.
Hard to start a building, a company. A building in San Francisco needs 87 permits before it can break ground. And, maybe he was just being slick, but he certainly seemed to be reeling off the answer of, yes, I'm very aware of this. We are working on it. It doesn't make the press, but we are aware. And he seems to me to be a bright enough, caring enough guy to be able to identify that problem.
Chester, you asked me to stop calling you a liar. So stop saying untrue things about me. That's called being a liar. I've explicitly told you I am willing to be wrong. I don't, again, unless you think I'm lying or don't know what being wrong is, I do know that. But you can prove me wrong. And you are coping because you know that you can't. This is what cope is. Moving on.
I think he's a detail guy, as Democrats usually are. Republicans are more a big picture guy. Bush was like, we go attack, war. Where, sir? I don't know all the details. I just said war. You figure out the country. I don't know, Iraq, Iran, one of them people where they wear the towel on the head. That was, that was about it. Reagan, same thing. If it didn't fit on a page, Trump said that.
No, I agree that if you can prove that God exists, I will accept that proof. I am in the position that I don't think that you can, but I am absolutely willing to give any proof or to take any proof that you have. If you don't want to prove it, that's perfectly fine. You don't have to. If you would like me to accept your position, then you have to prove it. You don't just get to say things and then be like, oh, well, you won't do it anyway, so therefore I win. That's not how logic works. So you either can make a claim or shut the fuck up. Because if you're not willing to stand behind the shit that you say, then don't say it.
One page. Democrats treat government generally much more respectfully, like it's an actual job, which it is, a really detailed one.
I thought he was going to say Democrats treat Republicans better, or more. What did he say? But I thought that he was going to say that. But I mean, this is the mindset that a president is supposed to behave this way, and because he's not behaving this way, then he's bad. The policies don't matter, even though we're, according to Bill, the detail-oriented people, not the big picture people. According to Bill, I just see this guy and I don't like it. Therefore, he's bad. It doesn't matter what the details are. Projection. Hobo Joe said, do you think it's perhaps more ethical to tell a 5-year-old dying of cancer that they will see mom and dad again in heaven rather than you're going to disappear forever? Yes, absolutely. There was, yeah, absolutely, unquestionably. There was, so I started a laser tattoo removal clinic with my dad. And one of our clients is a former drug addict and, was like really down bad, was in jail, found religion and has turned his life around. And my dad asked me if I would want to interview him. And I'm like, no, what would we have to talk about besides the fact that I don't believe in the thing that saved him? Just because it's not true doesn't mean it can't save people. The point is, we should find out that which saves people and is true. But if somebody was in the, if somebody was down bad, and the only thing that got them to be functional is religion, I don't want to take religion away from anybody. I want to create a society where religion falls by the wayside because we don't need it anymore. Shout out to The Onion over on Twitch. Welcome to the party. I believe things because they've been shown to be true. And I have that. There are different levels of that. So, like, why do I believe that if I drop this vape that it will fall? Because every other time that gravity's been applicable, it's worked. So I believe, I don't know for sure, there's a minuscule chance that I could let go of this and it goes up. I don't know. But I believe that's going to fall. It's not that crazy because we have the proof and evidence that things happen. And you go to something a little bit more abstract. Like, do I believe in love? I believe in love because I felt something very strong that I can talk to about other people, and they can say that they felt kind of the same thing, and we call it love. So I can't put my finger on love. I can't, but I definitely believe in love. But again, because I have reasons for it. Do I think that no human being needs God? I just told the story. What did I just say? That's science. That's science. There's no use for beliefs. Okay, so again, I believe in love. I believe that two people can have a bond that is much stronger, and because of the strength of that bond, has value more than other things. And so I believe that. We're not talking about what we know. We're talking about what we believe. Those are two different things. Again, words have meanings. If we were talking about what I know, then I would say, no, I don't know that this is going to fall when I let go of it. But I have a very, 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 very strong belief that it will. Wow. Look at that. I didn't know it for certain. Dietrich said, absolutely, little Susie. You'll see your parents in heaven. Hell has great seats for viewing. Good one. What gives you the right to tell someone that the belief isn't God in God isn't necessary? You're just saying the same shit over again. I literally said that the fact that it's that they can't prove it, but I wouldn't do that again, as I just explained. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that Chester is purposely trying to derail the show. I don't think he is. I just want to know what you guys think.
Respectfully, like it's an actual job, which it is, a really detailed one.
Wait, what are we talking
and
about? Oh yeah, Democrats versus.
To figure out the country. I don't know, Iraq, Iran, one of them people where they wear the towel on the head. That was
exactly, Hobo Joe. This is why it needs to be a direct focus and something with a progression, and not just saying, well, okay, well, this is useful, so I don't care if it's true. That's not okay with me, because you can do that if you want, but keep it out of the legislation that dictates my life. That's where it becomes an issue.
That was about it. Reagan, same thing. If it didn't fit on,
No, I don't know. How do you there? So how do you there? We know, but you can't prove that there's some. So what if I had a super strong vacuum right above the camera that you couldn't see, and I let it go and it sucked it up? Like, obviously, I knew that wasn't there. But my point is that there's a level of belief that is when in normal conversation we talk about knowing it. So yes, I do know that when I let go of it, it's going to fall. I know that. But that is, if we're talking philosophically, I don't have 100% certainty that it is going to fall. I just have the very strongly backed claim that it will. Shout out to Alan. Welcome to the party. Said he's a bad comedian. I don't know, it's still science, but I definitely agree with you there. Welcome to the party. Hobo Grays. Animal Instinct said PBD needs longer pants. Yeah, I did notice that. I know the no-show socks trend is out. No, I can't prove there's love, which is why I say I believe in love. I don't know that there is love. I believe in love. I can't prove it. Therefore, I don't claim that it exists. I believe, I have faith that those feelings exist in other relationships, but I can't prove that. So I don't know that love exists. I believe that love exists. Quantic said, I honestly don't care what a person does or doesn't believe. I care how their actions make me feel. Yep. The fact that no one thinks I actually believe what I'm saying is just sad. Well, maybe you should take a fucking look in the mirror, bro. Maybe you should take a look in the mirror and ask why.
people where they wear the towel on the head, that was, that was about it. Reagan, same thing. If it didn't fit on a page, Trump said that. One page. Democrats treat government generally much more respectfully, like it's an actual job, which.
But here's what I'm saying, is that there's different levels of believing. So again, you don't know that I didn't now put a vacuum right over here. And when I let go, it's going to get sucked up. You don't know that. So it is a good example. It's a perfect example because we don't know, but we have enough evidence to say that we can confidently base other things, like my example, on the fact that it's going to fall. That doesn't, you're missing the point. It's not whether or not it's going to fall. It's whether or not you know before it falls if it's going to fall. So fine. Oh, it went up first. Did you know it was going to go up first? Oh, you didn't know that? Oh, no, crazy. I just did. Look, it went up. How do you know it came down? And that is why we practice logic. Yeah, right.
Treat government generally much more respectfully.
Okay. All right. I tried.
It's an actual job, which it is, a really detailed one. And when they know shit and get into the minutiae, things generally come out better.
If it's
And I think
detailed, right.
Gavin Newsom is in that tradition of Democrats who does that.
So if you
Unlike
say,
your boy, who bases everything on whether like the guy likes him. He said, I was brilliant. I think I'll take the compliment and then do whatever. I mean, that's dangerous.
yeah. So if
You gotta go?
No, I don't have to go. No, I'm enjoying this. But if I'm
Okay.
glad you said that. The fact that Democrats like
Time to
details
cook.
more. Last year, 2023. Okay, since they like details, let's talk about some details.
Oh, Jesus.
You say you Democrats are more about details.
Right? He's just like, well, the Democrats are, very detail oriented, where the Republicans are just like, big picture, whatever. So PD says, let's talk details. Oh, Jesus. Like, what, is there anything that you don't have a problem with, Bill?
Okay, since they like details, let's talk about some details.
Oh, Jesus.
You say Democrats are more about details, right? So
I did,
want
but
to give them credit. For
I
the
can tell this is
detail-driven community
I
they
can
are.
tell this is going to be dumb, but
Yeah,
okay.
so it's going to be dumb. When
but-
it's details, it's dumb. But
No,
when
it's not because
facts,
it's going to be, all right, Tom, maybe I'm misjudging.
You-
But go ahead. You tell me what your
according
thing
to
is.
Data, the Bill Maher show is the greatest show in the world. It's dumb. So you don't,
Yeah, but so is PBD.
you know what I'm saying? I don't want you to get
I'd
upset
like to
with
see
that.
this data.
Yeah.
They
No.
did say
Source.
Yeah, they did say I was the most trusted.
The top 50.
By who?
I think you made a lot of impact last 3 years. I'm going to continue saying that because I fully believe that's not going to change. Whether we
I'm not
agree
asking
or
for it to
disagree.
change. Thank you.
But top 50
I take the
states.
compliment.
Top 50
You're brilliant.
states.
Bro, shut the fuck up. He's literally kissing your ass, and you can't even let him talk when he's kissing your ass. Jesus fucking Christ. Well, I feel like neither of them actually want to be there. Just judging off the conversation and bored body language from PBD. Yeah. I mean, why would he want to be there? Why would he want to be there? This is a perfect snapshot. Why would you want to be there? Would you want to be? I would want to be there because I want to get the clout. But other than that, I would not be having fun. Alan said they picked those socks and displayed them. Yeah, I don't know. That's what I was saying before. It's like I saw on TikTok that apparently, like millennials, we fucking. Oh, come on. You ain't getting the toes for free, but we got really the no-show. It goes below the ankle bone, and I heard that's not cool anymore. But like, bruh, what are those?
I mean, if that's what Trump, that would be what,
You ready for top 50 states?
top 50 states.
Here's top 50 states for net migration. Best state is Florida, then is Texas, then is Tennessee. Worst state.
Why? New York? No, California and then New York.
2023.
Yeah.
California.
Absolutely.
Then it's New York. Then it's Illinois.
Yeah.
Wow.
I told you guys this would be a fun show. I told you this would be a fun party.
Why are
Right.
Americans leaving
I'll tell you
blue
why.
states and going to red
And again,
states?
what you ask, why
Yeah.
do Republicans and independents watch me now also? Because I'll be honest about answers like this. Because for very good fucking reason. I know people. I know this on a personal
All right.
level. Someone who
fair.
worked for me and really was happy here, but just had a baby and
I hate when people do that. Like, if you're not sure what to say yet, just don't use your voice. When you sound like you're taking a shit, shut the fuck up. Because my dad is Indian and his dad is Indian and his mom is Indian. Pretty Indian. I'm also half Chinese, but nobody seems to ever care about that.
couldn't afford to stay here. Moved to Oregon. Some of it is just that. Very, very expensive, this state. Now, part of that
that's what it
is because we try to do too much.
True. I mean, on top of everything, it's only in the last few years that California taxes have gone way up, right? Oh, they've been had. Okay, got it.
Democrats are basically the ones who think government can do things. And very often it can't, shouldn't, it's asked to do too much. So you take a state like.
All right, let's try this. I'm going to try this. So instead of the Indian Jews, I'm going to be half Indian Jews. Welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, half Indian Jesus. I think I could work. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Put a 1 in the chat if you prefer the Indian Jesus. Put a 2 in the chat if you prefer half Indian Jesus. Let me know. The too much is from the government waste. Yup. Why are you patient? Because patience is a virtue. Well, I mean, if this is a real question, I just I don't know. Maybe that's a good question. I'm very used to people giving me shit, as an atheist who is conservative. Everybody hates me. I'm short as shit, so girls don't like me. It comes with it. So we got a 1.5. Alan said both. Context said 2. So the only one who likes the Indian Jesus. But I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna take the. But taking a note right now. New shirt design. Half Indian Jesus. And don't forget, guys, whoever picks the emoji. Hobo Joe's with me. There we go. Whoever picks the emoji that sticks as this channel's emoji, or we'll have 2. We have a W Lutch and an L Lutch. Like if I have a bad take, you spam the L, whatever the emoji is. Spam that shit. And if I say something good, you spam the good one. And whoever picks the ones, either one, that sticks, you get a free month of membership. So play around with it. I'm so used to it now. Half Indian just sounds good, but the original explains.
What?
You're so close. Do the line in broken Chinese English. Make it perfect. Me love you long time. Welcome back. I am your host. I can't do Chinese like that. That's just like how white people. Yeah, I don't have that.
And very often it shouldn't. It's asked to do too much. So you take a state like California, which is completely run by the Democrats. You're going to have that inclination go out of control.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think about California. That inclination is out of control.
But also, let Gavin Newsom be president.
What?
Make it make sense.
Take a lot of their money. I mean, we went from like a $62 billion surplus to an $87 billion deficit just like in a year and a half. I mean, we're playing with big fucking money.
How do you do that?
How do you do that? Because it's just about revenues. It was all about revenues. It didn't have anything to do with Newsom.
No, it had nothing to do with Newsom. It was completely irrelevant to the governor of the state. Cope.
Tax rate was the same. You seem to just look at like the very last stat on the sheet, like the bottom line.
Projection. Oh man, that's like a you thing though, Bill.
In one, and there's a lot of truth that's
Bill,
buried in the
I've asked you a
details.
very basic question, and you haven't answered it.
I didn't.
No, I asked you a question. I said, you said Newsom is a winner.
Think about how long ago, it just in the podcast that was. You said Newsom is a winner on what metrics?
And I said, based on what? And I said, tell me results, because your show's a winner based on data and based on you, Democrats like details. Okay, detail-driven, your show's killing it because you're getting eyeballs. Give specific victories Newsom's had. What is the victory?
Is this how you're?
Why are you being such a politician, okay? Just answer the question. You should be a politician. Deflecting is like a job for you. You should just answer the question. Oh, it's a yes or no question.
Is this how you argue with your wife? Do you argue
we have civil conversations. We enjoy each other's company.
Okay.
And I'm enjoying this. By the way, just
no, he's not.
So you know this. Like this is.
So how'd you meet your wife?
Oh, hard pivot. Hard pivot. Hey, shout out to Giggling Spy. That was not a Trump impression. That was a Bill Maher impression. Okay, thank you. Zippy said, this Bill guy, bottom line, yeah. Yep. But I mean, listen to this pivot. We're talking about, and ask him to
specific. That's like details. Okay, detail-driven, your show's killing it because you're getting eyeballs. Give specific victories Newsom's had. What is the victory?
Is this how you argue? Is this how you argue with your wife? Do you argue with?
We have civil conversations. We enjoy each other's company, and I'm enjoying this. By the way, just so you know this, like this is.
So how'd you meet your wife?
How'd I meet my wife? This guy named Gavin, we went to this restaurant called French Laundry, and he introduced me to this wonderful lady, Jennifer, and that's how we met. No, my wife and I met June of 2002. I was in the bathroom washing my hands. My friend Fernando Lasso comes in and says, there's a girl here who looks like Pocahontas. I said, Pocahontas? He says, yeah, there's a girl here named Pocahontas. I said, okay, cool.
Her name was Pocahontas?
No, he says he looked like Pocahontas. I'm like, why would you call her Pocahontas? She's a white girl from Texas. So I go into the meeting and I see.
I need me a white girl from Texas.
Here, she's talking to my girlfriend at the time. I'm like, oh, wow. Oh, now I see why you call her Pocahontas. Hair all the way down to her lower back. Sweet girl, come meet her. She's in a relationship. I'm in a relationship. And 5.5 years later, for the first time, she's single. I'm single. We date.
Had you kept up with her?
We were in the same company. She was in another office. She was in Gore Hills. I was in Northridge.
I mean, was she always wearing the Pocahontas outfit around?
No, but she did do that one time, I think Halloween. But no, so
well,
that's cultural appropriation. All right.
Anyway, so
you got the hair, you got to do it.
We go out first dates.
Oh, Bill.
P.F. Chang's. And
P.F. Chang's is where you took her?
High roller, man. When you make money, man, you take people to P.F. Chang's.
So what was it?
A real G knows you don't waste money on a first date. You know,
Let us ramp.
What was this? A test?
if you know, you know.
You're testing
I
your.
actually like P.F. Chang's. This is back in the days when P.F. Chang's had the noodle soup, the chicken noodle soup that was spicy.
This is again just more like P.F. Chang's is good. Like it's not the most. It's not fucking Ruth Chris. It's not bad food. Really, P.F. Chang's. Oh, even speaking that name in my presence, I feel poorer.
Because I got to
got
tell
rid
you,
of it.
whenever I wanted to know if a girl really liked me, for me, I took her to P.F. Chang's.
I don't think I could afford just me at P.F. Chang's. But yeah, be a man of the people, middle class guy, the Democrats.
Really?
Yeah, if she can hang with that.
Listen,
If she can.
So what
No,
is
I've never been to P.F. Chang's. What is it?
Literally, you've never been to P.F.
No,
Chang's.
I don't.
Are you being sarcastic?
I'm
Or
not.
asking you?
I'm never being sarcastic. No, I'm
You're never sarcastic.
Well, I mean, when let me put it this way: when I am, you'll know it. No, I've never been to P.F. Chang's.
So
Am I
P.F. Chang's
missing?
is like
He's so smug that you literally can't tell the difference between him just talking and him trying to be an asshole. No, I've never been. Okay. Nope. I am a professional dog trainer. So working on moving out of that and moving into this, but all in good time.
okay,
What
I don't
kind
know,
of-
I
I'm
don't-
saying that's exactly what I'm saying. Like he's just looking down his giant nose at fucking the normal people who like this is a special date for most of us. P.F. Chang's. Get the fuck out of here.
This way: when I am, you'll know it. No, I've never been to P.F. Chang's.
So
Am I
P.F. Chang's
missing?
is like a
What
what
kind of-
I don't even know how to describe P.F. Chang's. Like a,
Chinese food, but like higher end.
Chinese food, chicken fried rice.
Chinese food.
It's a nice
I think,
place. Yeah.
I think Chinese food covers it. I know Chinese food. I've had Chinese food.
What's your
Okay, there
favorite
you go.
food?
My favorite food? Like if I was dying.
What are we doing?
and
What are we doing? Favorite food? I don't care
again,
about your favorite
months and
food.
years to live.
Yeah.
If I every night.
So meatballs and
Again, you're part Italian. And when you put the list of countries down, especially ancient one, Abyssinian. They were the ones in Ethiopia.
I mean, Olive Garden is, I would say, definitionally common, but even still, that's definitely okay for a first date. If she's not okay with going to Olive Garden on a first date, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out.
And who attacked them in 1936? The Italian Mussolini.
It's not.
That before World War II, right before World War II, Italy attacked and took over Ethiopia. Talk about picking on the weak kid on the playground. Like,
what did you
hey,
major in, by the way? What was your major?
you mean that's not common knowledge?
Ugh. Don't you know who I am? Ugh. Ugh. This is such a disgusting human being. Just at every fucking turn. You mean that's not common knowledge? Where I went to college? You're fucking 70, bro. Well, sure, but again, levels. Anyone say, I remember the question that about Gavin Newsom? P.F. Chang's does. Good one. Pepperidge Farm remembers.
What was your major?
History.
History.
Yeah. But it's just always been my interest. And if you're going to do politics,
Yeah.
For real, you have to know history too.
Okay, well then, maybe you should learn both, Bill. God damn.
Because it's just the most current version. I mean, the newspaper is just the first draft of history.
There you go. There you go. A first date, beautifully in love, beautiful child. Off Olive Garden. Ain't nothing wrong with that. If she has a problem, she ain't for you. And not because you can't afford it, bro. It's not, maybe you can. I can't. Maybe you can't afford it. But that's not the point. Major on douche, minor in smug.
Did you ever have interest again to politics?
Get into politics?
Yeah.
No.
You have
Because-
friends that are in it. I'm one like, did anybody say, Bill, why don't you get into it? You'd be a good
Oh,
debater.
yeah, I mean, I've done bits.
Who would say that? The worst yes man ever.
It's about that where people said Bill Maher should run. It's like, first of all, I have no interest. Second of all, I could never get elected.
Shit. Call me crazy, but I've never had store-bought pesto.
Nobody would. I mean, that would be a stupid campaign to take on. I mean, there are all the blocks, like the woke. Oh my God, they would vote anybody over me. Also, the arch conservatives, religious people would. I can't do.
For real. If you know what I mean, just put something in the comments. Replay gang is gonna be on you. It's gonna be on you because they don't know. They don't know, but you know. You know, never had store-bought pesto.
Yeah, but that's fine. No, I want to be the anti-political. Political means bullshit. That's my side of the street is the exact opposite.
So you want to be the opposite of politics. So you make a show about politics. And then they take that show off the air. And you do another show about politics. And then you start a podcast. Am I seeing a pattern here? How do you know what good pasta is? Because I've had it. I don't know. Are you trying to say, like, how do we determine what good pasta is, or how do I know what good pasta is? I mean, in general, I wouldn't know how to, I don't know how, I wouldn't be able to articulate how somebody could tell what good pasta is versus not good pasta, but you can taste good pasta tastes better than bad pasta. Yeah, no, it's a TikTok thing. Okay, you're just not cool enough.
And you have to like get up in the morning and like get married, and I mean, Jesus Christ, I mean, it's just horrible to run.
This is
but
like,
you, my friend,
different story.
This is where the political talent in the room lies.
No,
Not with
You're a liar and you deflect. And even though I still haven't talked about Gavin Newsom or giving you tequila, you're the one deflecting.
There was a political talent.
you
was
know
last
you're
week.
going to do it. You could
That
be
guy
the
was-
sane Vivek.
Zero. Zero.
How many people in this country do you think could tell? Could have you were sitting here with Vivek Ramaswamy? Could tell
I call me crazy, but I've never had store-bought pesto.
like name the countries you're from, why they're different, the different religions. You know, like maybe 3% of the country.
Small percentage.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyway,
What's your point, though?
my point is that Americans
Just
really
talking.
don't know anything about. It's the lady in the diner. It's they just don't know. We really we dropped the ball on all education.
What?
Okay. Okay. All right. Sure. Yeah.
They just don't know. We really we dropped the ball on all education. There's something that I lay at the feet of the Democrats. I mean, that is their portfolio.
Education.
Well, of course, that is their portfolio. They have to own that. That again, this is one of those things. I'm not trying to insult the Democrats. I don't want to. They're basically my people. But when you're wrong, you're wrong.
Yep.
And you
Yeah, and how about Joe? You got it. And when other people do it, this is what I do. Just saying things. You're just saying things. You're not actually communicating a message. You're just putting words together in a syntax that seems like it sounds like it makes sense, but it doesn't even mean anything. Just saying things. Oh, Bill Maher toes the swamp line on every subject. Also, Bill Maher, I'm above politics. Bill being racist. LOL. Americans don't see a difference between PBD and Vivek. Yikes. Yikes. Or just so you can always tell when someone calls you my friend, they hate you, especially if they look like me. Come on, my friend. I will give you a good deal, my friend.
You got to own it. They are the party of education. They say the Democratic Convention is like something like 70% teachers of the delegates.
Mhm.
And the party certainly is beholden to the union.
All right, guys, we just hit 4 hours, so we're going to see where this education thing goes. If you want to keep the party raging, keep the party raging. But looks like we're
They have to
beating
own the
this one
fact
down.
that we turn out children from high school, normal.
Turn out children? Gross. Gonzak said, I'm running on about 3 hours of sleep, and I think my brain is running about the same capacity Bill's is. Oh, Bill. Oh, Bill.
American high school, and they don't know anything. Not like that we concentrated on this. I guess they still teach them to read, or at least read well enough to send a text or see a text. But past that,
It's an interesting
not
topic.
science, not math, definitely not civics, not history.
Yeah.
And why do you think that is, Bill? Might it have anything to do with the 3 years that children were not in school? Maybe.
Like knowing like any basic things, like what's the population of the world? Is it 7 million?
7.9
70
billion.
million?
Yeah.
7 trillion?
Yeah.
70 billion trillion? It would just be throwing a dart at the wall.
By the way, I'm not asking this question with something to tell you with stats or any of that stuff. So why do you think more Democrats become teachers than Republicans?
Well, more teachers are women, more Democrats are women. So
What do you guys think? That's an interesting question. Why do you think more women become teachers? Why Democrats, right? That's what he asked? More Democrats?
teachers
Why do you think more Democrats become teachers than Republicans?
Yeah, why do you think more Democrats become teachers? I think the woman thing is a decent start. I feel like especially in the last 5, 6, 10 years or whatever, I would say that's not as much of a thing. There's definitely all the fucking beta boys. So the Soul said, beating it down, but it keeps popping back up like a whack-a-mole. What a fucktard of a podcast for real. We needed the comic relief, though. Good fun. Oh, sorry. Instagram. We only get to go 4 hours. If you would like to continue, come over to YouTube. Save changes. Sorry, you're done. You're done. You're done. So I can pull this down. If anybody's on Kick, let me know. Say hello. Animal Instinct said PBD doesn't look like Vivek. He could pass for Italian, honestly. Like Nikki Haley looks almost Caucasian. Great. Great. Anyone says the Democratic Party convention has 70% teachers there and is beholden to the union. Also, kids graduating high school can only read at a 5th grade level. Trump is bad, okay? Okay. That's literally, I mean, I don't have anything to add to that. Like, you're just spot on with that. So Democrats have more in common with women in general based on statistics, and women are more interested in people and more interested with things. Well, at this point, Republicans probably even allowed on school ground. I'm sure that has something to do with it. Right, but I think the core of the question is why did we get to that place? You know what I mean?
Question with something to tell you with stats or any of that stuff. So why do you think more Democrats become teachers than Republicans?
Well, more teachers are women.
I'm telling you guys right now, I am not sitting in the VC by myself. If you want the after party, you are owed it every single stream, and I promise you I will do it. But you better be in there before me.
More Democrats are women. So it's a noble job if you do it right. And my sister's a teacher. I mean, there are millions of great teachers in the world, and in this country, there are people who are very sincere and do their best. I've done many editorials in support of the teachers because I think the part of the problem is the parents. Parents make it impossible to do the job of the teacher.
Yeah, so let's say it's a loaded question. And I agree, but I don't think there's a problem with loaded questions unless you're expecting a non-loaded, a simple, simplistic yes or no answer. So, and I think that's why he specifically is like, I'm not trying to get anywhere with here, just genuinely asking, why do you think that is? So I think that's a fair loaded question. If you're trying to say, I don't know, but I don't know, you know what a loaded question is.
Because the parents don't side with the teacher. They side with the child now, their precious fucking child. So the teachers are, I did one recently about how teachers are assaulted. I mean, in my day, that did not even cross our mind to even curse in front of a teacher. And now they get clocked. They'll just beat the dog shit out of a teacher and film it in class. This is outrageous. Outrageous.
How do we get here, Bill? You've been here longer than I have.
That's what I asked. Again, I just dropped the link to the Discord server. It is free. It is free to join. We have 2 free. What is going on here? We have 2 free channels, not just the free chat, but the current events channel is open to the public. You can click the link in the chat I just dropped. It is free. 24/7. We are in there hanging out, having a good time. But if you become a channel member, or if you're not on YouTube or you don't want to do that stuff, just join and send me a DM and we will figure it out. But members and those will get the full access, including the free chat, the disciple chat, the word of the day, the watch party, the let us speak room, the after party, and we are doing a movie night contest next month. It's gonna be awesome, and you can win a bunch of shit. Come and join us.
Cold War.
November 28, 1990.
What's this?
I said, how did we get here? I've
Well-
only been here since 1990.
Right. Well, you got here
I don't know.
on a raft. No.
No, a little boat we had. It was a Russians
did
called
you?
a lotka.
No, you flew here. You
We
just
flew
came
here,
on
of
a
course.
plane.
Lufthansa.
Yeah.
So Leslie said, let's look at it through this lens. There's 3 types: charismatic, esoteric, and athletic. The athletic are forced into lower skilled classes and vote economically, and the esoteric are intellect. All right, I'll come back to this when you finish it. Sorry, I didn't see
No.
dots.
Yeah, I mean, gosh, you could write not just a book, but a library on how we got here. I don't know. I mean, I guess if I had to sum it up,
It is a loaded question. You are correct, Leslie. But the fact that there's no answer, just but yet you have you even within your own party, you're willing to say you guys did wrong with this. Why not just finish that thought with a reason and be like, you did wrong with this because, and just one. Otherwise, just don't say it out loud yet. Read it later and then bring it up on the next podcast or the next episode of your HBO TV show.
I'd say
If I had to sum it up.
civilizations are always victims of their own success. When you become very successful, very wealthy,
Who's giving the politician answer now?
don't have to worry really about other people fucking with you, as George Bush used to say. We used to think oceans could protect us. Well, oceans do protect us still, but many other things. Also, oceans plus like a giant nuclear arsenal. And, you know, we do have like the biggest military in the world. We are the biggest swinging dick there is. You know, again, I know Biden ruined the world, but somehow the dollar still the gold standard for gold
For now.
is the dollar. Every
Not for, you mean oil? Not for gold.
other country in the world fared worse coming out of the pandemic than we did economically.
Again, Bill, why do you think that is?
So, you know, people have no perspective really about how bad it is.
Projection. People have no idea what's going on, but like, yeah, I don't know.
Is in other countries. So they can talk shit, and they do, especially on the left, about how shitty America is. But, you know, try it somewhere else.
Fair enough. Okay, so let's look at through 3 lenses. There's 3 types: charismatic, esoteric, and athletic. The athletic are forced into lower skilled classes and vote economically, and the esoteric are into. Is that not? Oh, I thought you were gonna finish that off. I don't know where that's going. All right, so these 2 will vote Democrat, but the charismatic, who are the business owners, will always vote Republican. These are the ones funding the think tanks and push pro GOP and Dem across. PBD was pretty clear without saying it that he's voting Trump, but Bricks is billing up, and yeah, he's really old if he thinks he's on the gold standard. I mean, Jesus, bro. The gold standard?
About how shitty America is. But, you know, try it somewhere else.
Dare you?
Why are you a libertarian, by the way?
Well, libertarian is a label.
You said, I'm just saying it because you said it earlier, you're a libertarian.
He should have said, what makes you a libertarian?
Libertarian on issues that are, I think, appropriate for libertarians. I don't.
That's not the same thing, brother.
I would never say that anymore. I'm a libertarian because
Except that you said it 3 times already in this stream. And not even in the stream, because this stream we've been going for over 4 hours. We're only an hour and 26 into their conversation, and you said it 3 times.
there's a libertarian party and they take it
is
too
there?
far. They believe in, stuff like, well, they shouldn't have meat inspectors. If I get E. coli from this meat, it'll get around and then no one will buy this type of meat again. Thank you, free market.
And there is some crazy, just OD, like, I don't know, OD, extreme libertarian ideas like that. I generally, I don't disagree with that sentiment. I don't disagree with that sentiment. I just don't think it's worth allowing people to hurt others before we have a reason. There should be some standards. But I don't think that we need the government to set the standard. We can have a private, privately owned third party that says, hey, this is okay. And if I had to guess, USDA is probably not even part of the government. Is USDA part of USDA? Come on, part of the government. Oh, it is a federal agency. Okay, well, look at that. I was wrong, but I wouldn't have been surprised if it wasn't. And look, it can be. We can have in the same way. I'm not going through a whole thing. Everything the market does, that the government does, the market does it better. And yes, there have been some very bad representatives of the capital L libertarian position. I will admit that. But if you actually talk to anybody who is serious, like a Dave Smith, like a Scott Horton, like a Michael Malice, these people can very eloquently articulate why there is almost no need for government or no need for government at all. Whether you agree or disagree. He's not. He just calls himself that because he's not as woke and he won't call himself conservative. So that's the label. Well, it's just a label. It's just a way for me to virtue signal that I'm not woke and I'm not conservative. That's all it is. That's all it is. And so I'm a libertarian because a libertarian is somebody that identifies as a libertarian. What is a woman? Leslie said, so the charismatic, okay, we're getting back to that. Okay, so the charismatic create policies like abortion, for instance, to get Christians to vote Republicans, to vote. Republicans despise abortion being allowed in the Bible. These policies work and split a wedge. Indeed. Okay, you have groups that make standards. You do not need the Fed to do it. Government just focus on keeping deceit and corrosion or corruption out of the market. Either way, yep. I'm like, so Bill has the same political affiliations as Alex Jones. I would bet money he would hate to hear that. I would bet money, or I would pay money to watch him hear that.
Really stupid shit. I don't stop me from going down the road unfettered. Who needs traffic lights? I want to soar like an eagle, right through the windshield.
It's just sad at this point. It's like, bro, you're people. PBD just said you're on the list of top 50 trusted political voices in America.
What?
Do you even know what the non-aggression principle is? Have you ever heard of Maury Rothbard? I'm going to guess no. As he said, anti-abortion policies create a byproduct of liberals who became pro-choice. This is like a feedback loop. It never stops. Yep, this is why I was saying, I believe that life begins at conception and that abortion is wrong, but maybe Roe v. Wade is a good compromise between people like us and people who 9 months, no problem. Great. Now, maybe your state is not killing children, but other states, a lot more states, are killing children who are way older than 6 weeks old. So good job, Republicans. Good job. You've been fighting for that for fucking years. And how's that working out? Fly like an eagle. I don't know. I used to have the Space Jam soundtrack on CD and would listen to this song over and over and over again. All right, let's finish this up. I'm getting tired of this motherfucker.
They just became fringe, and they're not making things better. And by the way, most of it has been just co-opted by sensible people. Pot was, back in the day, was 30 years ago when I was first on television. Pot was much more a libertarian issue.
Alec Baldwin? What are we talking about? A shout out to Real Mighty Joe. Welcome to the party. Good to see ya. We are just checking out the train wreck that is PBD going on Bill Maher's Club Random podcast. Welcome to the party, Real Mighty Joe. Zippy says abortion laws are like gun laws. They just cause problems. But again, we were at a good place. And Republicans fucked it up. Now, if you want to get a across the board, no abortions, obviously, life of the mother, all the obvious exceptions, not rape, but, life of the mother. Okay. But there's going to be a long time and a lot of people who want to keep their ability to kill a baby at 9 months. Why we never should have gotten there. Well, you missed a lot of it, but definitely check the replay because some shit went down, brother.
30 years ago.
So right now, Bill Maher's been talking about, well, I'm a libertarian. So Patrick Bet-David is asking him, how are you a libertarian? And he's like,
When I was first on television, pot was much more a libertarian issue because it wasn't legal anywhere for any reason.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's so different. I used to be paranoid about traveling with it. Now I don't worry at all because if they bust me in Oklahoma or somewhere, they will be embarrassed, not me.
Hashtag white privilege. No, I definitely like the feeling of, oh my God. Like, because now I get my shit delivered to the house. And it was just 2 years ago that Jersey made it recreationally legal. And before that, going to CD places and waiting in the car for an hour and a half and, just for like a dime. Hell no. Now I'm like, let's do it. Let's do it live. Let's do it live. This is how we do weed in Jersey. So that was from the last delivery. But I'll just say, can I get a menu? Actually, it's late. I don't know what they're on. Please. Let's see how long it takes. Yeah, damn. Is that where you're from? North Carolina? A lot of states. Like I don't get it. Like they need to fix that. Gang. So we said no. We were not in a good place. It was hurting people. Though, in my opinion, the real issue is banning government from spending money on abortion programs. Zippy, do you think I'm unaware that people were getting abortions? Is that what you think my point was? I think they're asleep. Usually, I get it by now. Obviously, people were getting hurt. My point is that there was no. After 6 weeks or whatever the heartbeat, whatever it was, after a few weeks, no, they weren't because it was the law of the land. And so now there are states that, yes, ban it, but there are many more states that allow 9 months. Like New York City, where they already had more aborted black babies than born black babies. Real Mighty Joe, I am a staunch agnostic atheist, but I believe that Judeo-Christian values, Abrahamic values, Enlightenment values, classically liberal values, whatever you want to call them, are the best way to get a flourishing society. We're talking about putting value in family, putting value in community, in grace, in capitalism, in merit, in gratitude, in tradition. All of that kind of stuff is what I believe in should be the values that we as Americans, I don't know if you're American, but we as Americans should rally around and not have a political party around a religion. That is my that's my religion. Who, Zippy or Bill Maher? Who's your guru? As I said, Dobbs is wreaking havoc on Republicans winning, and yeah, Jesus is right. No one has motive to abort at that stage. It's a manufactured issue. Yep. Yeah, a lot. No, but a lot more people are getting hurt by abortion now because there's no Roe v. Wade. Ad Vita Vendanta? Never heard of him. Word up. Gang. Shout out to Advita Vendetta.
Well, because if they bust me in Oklahoma or somewhere, they will be embarrassed, not me. So that's a big change. So in a lot of ways, libertarians achieved a lot of what we wanted. Other ways, Fourth Amendment stuff, no. I mean, the privacy issues are paramount in my mind. I'm sure they are for you too. I mean, especially as a businessman I'm sure you have stuff that if it was hacked would be not good. Or am I wrong?
Yeah, of course. No question about it.
Yeah. I don't have shit like that because I'm not dirty. What do you got?
No.
Nice. I might have to check that out. I'm not too familiar. Despite my moniker being about being Indian, I'm American as shit. I don't really know about Indian stuff, but I'll definitely have to check that out.
I'm not worried about it either. But so based on that, you would say you're more a Democrat than a libertarian.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, got it.
Well, I mean, again,
Still no drink for PBD. I wonder. I mean, he definitely, because originally he definitely said that. Shout out to Hobo Joe agreeing with Mighty Joe. The Joes are coming together. But yeah, the idea that PBD asked originally for the drink. There's no way he doesn't notice that he still has no drink. He easily could have been like, "Oh, you forgot my drink," but he purposely didn't. And I'm wondering why. Like, Bill started and then he just forgot. He had it in his hand. I mean, I'm a stoner. I've done this before. So he had like the shaker in his hand and the cap to the top to the ice thing, and he was like looking at it and he was talking, and he must have picked it up and then looked at his own drink. He was like, "Oh wait, I already have a drink." Even after PBD was like, "Well, what about me?" And then put it back down again. Fucking loser. Soil says to Chester, the values are older than Christianity. The Bible is a repeat. So yeah, it is quite easy to believe in the values without the God. Have you heard of somebody called Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Kierkegaard, Immanuel Kant? Had all these values. Well, I mean, not before Christ, but you know what I mean? Without Christ.
These are labels. I don't ever.
What does that mean, Bill? Why are you keep saying that? These are just labels. Yes, they are labels that have meanings. You're trying to claim the label, but then when you asked why you're claiming the label, you're just saying it's a label. Yes, we know it's a label. We're asking you why you're claiming that label.
I don't belong to a party. I assess every candidate individually.
Except for Trump.
Has that resulted in me voting Democrat just about every time? Yeah, because just
a coincidence. The Democrats have always been right. Well, except when the party flipped, right? Yeah, I mean,
generally thought, oh, Bill Clinton, way better than George Bush, way better than Bob Dole.
Okay, fine. I'm willing to believe this. I'm just asking you to prove it. If you can prove it, I will accept it. If you cannot, I will not.
Al Gore, yeah, better than Bush.
Loser.
Yep. John Kerry, yes, better than Bush. Obama, better than McCain, yes, better than Romney. Just down the line.
That was another really bad choice. I'm glad I wasn't paying attention and had to think about that. But Obama and McCain, I'm glad. Let's see. The Romans co-opted Hellenism and Judaism and made Judaism their own as Christianity. Wamsick said, all those great people you listed and you forgot. Do you mean Carl Jung? Jung? Come on, brother. I know you're a JBP fan, but you got to get the spellings of the philosophers right. Otherwise, you're I don't know, but I mean, I'm just not really a Carl Jung guy as much. Like I'm just not as influenced by them. But he is also a psychologist, not a philosopher, or more of a psychologist. Or at least I learned more about his work in the context of psychology versus philosophy. So, Hobo Joe said Chester should call in. You two are very entertaining at going at it. Hey, if you want to see that, that is basically the entirety of the after party. That is what we do. Just me and Chester just going back at each other with everybody else giving their 2 cents. But thank you. I appreciate it. And shout out to Chester. Real Mighty Joe said, why can't I say that word? Adavita equals not to, indivisible, and Vedanta means end of the Vedas, the end of learning. So it means when I understand, when I understand, there is no other. My knowledge is incomplete. That is a cliff note kind of version. So is this a philosophy in which you believe you have all the answers to the universe? Or because it sounds like you're saying when I hear the sentence, my knowledge is complete, that sounds like I don't have any more to learn. Jezers, and I mean, I know, I'll give, I'll give me the grace, so the soul to talk. That's not a sentence.
Trump, and it got easy. Trump, Hillary, Trump, anybody, So, but, I always look. I will always shop around. I could have voted for McCain if he had the 2000 McCain. I think I could have voted for him.
Why is that?
He ran in 2000. The things were just not as partisan.
Yeah.
I mean, there are things
and that's something that we kind of gloss over being in a post-Trump world, that how much politics changed before Trump and after Trump. But because of that change, we forget how drastic the pre-Obama and post-Obama world was in terms of, how voters engaged with politics. I think the fact that, Obama was online, was on Facebook, was on MySpace, whatever, that really changed how people engaged with things and how much fervor and how much passion there was. And I think that led to why we saw, an increase in that after that. Excuse me. Real Mighty Joe says, to see the universe in oneself and oneself in the universe is enlightenment. I like it. Sounds good to me.
he did that I loved that were very nonpartisan. The biggest one, a woman at a town hall, this is 2008, and just like your lady in the diner. And do you remember this? It's a very famous tape, and he...
Lady in the diner. Did I miss something? Do you know? You guys know what he's talking about?
She says, Barack Obama, he's an Arab.
I remember this. This was...
I don't think he likes his country, and a lot of the politicians would just have gone along with that. And McCain said, no, ma'am. He's a good American. We just...
Now. This was before he was in office. We didn't know what he was going to do in office at that point. I want to make that clear. That is the mentality. We did not know what Obama was going to do in office at the time that this was spoken. This is why, or that's a very important detail.
And McCain said, and Barack Obama, he's an Arab, and I don't think he likes his country. And a lot of the politicians would just have gone along with that. And McCain said, no, ma'am. He's a good American. We just disagree. That, you know how Republicans get a hard-on for like when the Blue Angels fly overhead? I don't get a hard-on for that. That gives me a hard-on for this country.
It's pretty impressive.
I don't know why you have to say it like that, but yeah, I agree with the sentiment that I when things were not as polarized, we were better off. People were still passionate, but it wasn't the same. Real Mighty Joe said, I lived in a ashram. People spoke of him like he was I don't know what that means. I do not know what that means. Oh, there's a Chester. No, I didn't mean it like that. I really do enjoy the conversations you guys are having, and I partially agree with both of you guys. Yeah, most of it. Well, I mean, we definitely get aggravating to other people in the disc. I mean, you trust me, we go at it. We go at it. But I would love if you guys would come in and add some different perspectives instead of just sitting back and let two people have a conversation. Whether it's in the text channels or in the voice channel, we're building a community. We're all part of it. Just know that I only got out of here before because it took the stream over and not trying to do it. Well, again, like I've told you in private, you don't need to worry about my stream. If I don't want to pull up your comment, I will ignore your comment, as I have many of your comments. So if I pull up your comment, then it means I'm continuing to want to hear what you have to say. Huna Hanuman, monkey god. Fair enough. Fair enough. No, my parents are Christian. I was born in the Catholic Church. We moved to a Methodist church, and then I fell away from God in college. Yeah, let me drop that link one more again. Again, it is free for the free channel and the current events channel. Again, we're in there all the time, so don't think about it as some consolation. But the after party, where me and Chester really go at it, is for members. So if you are not, you can here. Let me drop the link to be a YouTube member. But if you're not on YouTube and you don't want to be a YouTube member, but you want to be part of the after party, just join the Discord and send me a DM, and we'll figure some shit out.
Angels fly overhead. I don't get a hard on for that. That gives me a hard on for this country.
It's pretty
A
impressive.
guy doing that. But of course,
We don't live in that world anymore.
had to run. By the time he got the nomination in 2008, the Republican Party was so batshit that he had to appoint that crazy lady from Alaska.
Shout out to Quamcheck. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I very much appreciate you. You have a good one, brother. Thank you.
And that was a bridge too far.
Would you ever have her on?
Palin? You know, yes, is short answer. It's a great question to make.
Real quick. Who said I can see I can see Russia from my house? Was that Sarah Palin or somebody else? Let me know. Who said I can see Russia from my house?
Make me think about, because for a while I think it was just a joke. It just became, oh, it's almost like making fun of a handicapped person. You know, I'm just not going to do it. She's been away from the public scene for long enough. Like
Hey, I was waiting for somebody to fall in the trap. But that's right. So many people. Hey, shout out to Raven Dawn over on Rumble. Welcome to the party. That's right. So many people think it was Sarah Palin, but it was actually Tina Fey on SNL. It was not Sarah Palin. She never said that. Now, I'm not necessarily a big fan of anything Sarah Palin said. Not that I'm really aware of what Sarah Palin said, but I just think it's a fun fact that everybody thinks, yeah. Right. She was talking about the distance, about the land bridge or something like that. And they just, they ran with it. And yeah, lots of people think it, but shout out to Raven Dawn over on Rumble. Very much appreciate ya. Chester said, then you just pop into the chat. No need for your face or whatever. Correct, sir. Correct. You do not have to cam up in the after party. If you want to just be, like this, that is totally cool. Thank you, Chester. Exactly. Yeah, we want to have cool conversations, and I think we do. No one thinks that's really a big problem. That's basically what we are trying to tackle first and foremost.
Definitely not overexposed lately. I would like to catch up with what Sarah Palin thinks about things. I think it would be very interesting, and people would be very interested, because you can't become that famous once your rocket achieves that level of the stratosphere, you're famous forever, and people are always going to be somewhat interested. And I'm interested because I haven't seen her. Last thing I think I saw her, she was dating somebody. I think it was like that kind of, and it was somebody who you wouldn't think. I think it was a Democrat. I don't know.
Is she your type?
My type?
Is she your type?
You trying
An
to
idiot?
fuck?
No,
Did you go on a date with? She like
Go
like
on a
somebody
date
said,
with
you know,
her. There's no. First of all,
that
Sus as a fuck. A date with Sarah Palin? I mean, like, bro, you're like 70s. I mean, you know, I mean, like, I'm not saying I'm trying to get down with the get down, but like, you know,
that date would be very P.F.
Please.
Chang's. I would set you up.
no, I wouldn't go on a date with her.
well, today I was legitimately upset with what you said, but usually it's all in good fun. But even though I was upset, we're buddies.
But she's an idiot. No, I mean, I can enjoy the company of a Republican. Lots of my friends are Republicans, and
Oh, is
they
that
can
why
be
he was
brilliant.
saying? Is that always Sarah Palin because she's Republican? Makes sense.
But dating, I mean, you know, I say this in my act as a joke, but I think it's kind of true. I don't think I've ever fucked a Republican.
How do you know that though?
Bars. I was gonna say I'm not surprised, but that's a better question. However, the answer would be if I'm Bill Maher and I'm fucking a Republican chick, that's definitely coming up.
Exactly. But
It's kind of weird if you're like, all right, listen, before we get it on, are you Democrat or Republican?
no, but I
you
just
know?
feel like they just, at least back in the day,
I mean, that's kind of what they're doing on dating apps. I just saw a TikTok where a girl's like, even if you put moderate, we know what that means, don't we, girls?
they just had much more of a sort of
Wild side.
conservative in
Oh, I thought he was talking about the liberal.
their personal life
course.
view of the world. Like, I'm a virgin, or we don't have sex until we're married. You know, that kind of those 90s
The horror! Oh my God!
Republicans were much more that moral majority kind of conservative.
Did you ever think about getting married and having family or no?
Well, that's yes. I mean, but I feel like I was coerced by society. I feel like society makes you feel like that's what you should do. I mean, the one time I got engaged, I really didn't even know I got engaged. I just was desperate and I was losing her. And so I just I pushed it on the table like you put your wristwatch down on a poker game.
Guys, never do that. Never. I don't care how much money you have, and especially if you have a lot of money, never do that. Never. That's right. And guys, don't forget, I think we're going to do it for March just because we're already in February and I didn't think about like the rules and how I'm going to set it up. But so I think for March, we're going to do our movie night contest. If you hold a movie night and at least 3 people are there, including yourself, you'll get a certain number of points. And then if you attend somebody else's movie night, you'll get a lesser number of points. And then we add up all the points and whoever wins gets like free stuff from mysickshirt.com. Could be my logo or anything else that's on there, and some free membership, so you don't have to worry about paying for the after party. So yeah, exactly. I mean, that does come up a lot, but not specifically.
You know, just like, what if we get married? Will you stay with me then? Like, you know, I gotta go. I'm gonna all in. I was 29.
Okay, so you're in your 20s.
Yeah,
Jesus.
I'm gonna go all in this hand. So I was engaged once, but never happened. And no, I must say I made a lot of stupid decisions and mistakes in my life. Did not mature
In this podcast.
very fast. But the one smart thing I think I stuck with is that I would not have been happy being a husband and father. I think I always needed to be a lone wolf, which is why I object when you like say things like, "What else is life for?" It's like I could show you.
Yeah.
But I'm sure I bet you when you first came to him.
Come on, bro. The one time I said I literally was upset, legitimately upset about something. Why are you gonna go there?
America, I bet you found paradise as far as like, come on, the women. First of all, you could see their face.
Oh no, listen.
Okay,
I'm
right
I'm
there,
not
big
sitting
advantage.
here and,
What?
no, of course. I mean, I partied a lot, hardcore.
You
but
did.
Of course.
Let's hear about it. Let's get into that.
Partying? Are you
Yes.
kidding me?
Where
Like
did you party hardcore?
first
What do you
of all,
consider hardcore?
The greatest.
What's the
club
hardest thing you ever did?
All right. Okay. We're gonna. If he has an answer, then we're gonna answer. Otherwise, we're heading over because I got clients tomorrow, guys.
What? Tell me. What? What's the hardest thing you ever did?
So the greatest club I ever went to. So you want me to name the clubs I've been to? I'll name the clubs I've been to.
No,
so Panama City used to do.
Why does it keep
this
doing that? All right. Sorry, guys. If the link was not that link should work.
Club they had called Club La Villa on Spinnakers. I don't know if you've been to it or not. It was
No.
One of the best parties they would put up.
Where
We'd
is
go
this
there.
now?
It's in Panama City.
Panama
Absolutely
City.
insane.
Well, you were there in the military?
Yeah, we'd go there and have a blast.
I'll bet.
But the best club,
I'll bet.
best club was a club called Connections. It was in Nashville, Tennessee. It was a gay club.
Oh.
And we'd go there, and for whatever reason, strategically, it was fantastic because women would go there, so they don't want to be bothered.
Right.
You know, so there was always filled with a lot of girls. They would go with their friends.
I knew clubs like that.
Let's
in
go,
LA.
right.
This was accidental. My sergeant, the guy's like, hey, let me take you to an underground club. I went and I'm like, oh my God, beautiful women. We had a great time. No, I was going to Vegas when I lived here. Every other week I was in Vegas. I would drive-
You know who would
Hey,
be
shout out to Real Mighty Joe joining the Discord. Let's go. Let's go.
good at building an underground club?
Hamas.
Come on. There you go,
That's
bro.
the
There we
respect.
go. We're going to get
You're
you on
getting
the comedy
very
page.
strategic, Bill. No, I did. But for me, listen, eventually it got to a point in my life. By the way, you did religiously, right? You did that.
Religulous.
Religulous. How long
All
ago
right,
did you
this is going to be our last point because I'm so ready. But I want you guys to hear about this. If you have not heard of Religulous, it is a must watch. Christian, atheist, otherwise.
do that? It was
That was, we shot it.
20.
It came out
2001?
in 2008.
Okay, so it's been now 16 years since
I
you came.
know.
Mhm.
Has
I can't believe-
anything about God changed in your life?
God?
Position-wise, for God.
No. God himself is still the same place he was. And I think in the same place
Your
in real.
engineer loves you,
in
by the
real-
way.
I'm pretty much in the same place in relation
Nothing's
to that.
changed.
Well, what would you be like? You think I got religion in the last 16 years?
No, like you know when you're by yourself and no one's around. Not with people
Yes.
being around.
I do.
By yourself,
You
no
don't.
one's
You
around.
have a family. I know exactly what that's like. You're the one who
Yeah.
can never sit on a toilet. Never can sit on a toilet seat that doesn't feel like ass.
All right,
Okay.
good one.
So
Yeah.
you're alone by yourself.
Yeah, I'm
You're,
a lone
you know,
wolf.
whatever place you are. By
Oh,
yourself.
here
Do
we
you ever
go.
sit there and say, Bill, what if you're wrong? What if you're this? Do you go there at all or not at all?
Of course not.
Okay, so he's one of those. Of course not. I know. Of course I know. Of course I know what can be on cannot be known. That's not me. That's not me. That's not. Thank you, brother. Are you heading out? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for partying. If you are heading out, if not, stick around. Either way, make sure you hit that like and subscribe. Very much appreciate you partying with us. But yeah, no, that's the problem is people like Bill Maher in this realm where you're going to claim that you know something that you can't possibly know. Or maybe you do, but you have not proven it. You absolutely have the ground, the philosophical ground, to say, I do not believe in God. There's no reason to believe in God. There's absolutely reason to ask. There's absolutely reason to care. I don't get it. Hey, shout out to Insight of the Ages. Welcome to the party. Yeah, I didn't expect that going this long, but y'all came through, so we do that. So the voice chat is for the channel members. If you don't want to be part of the YouTube thing, send me a DM and we'll figure out a way to get you in there. 'Cause, I care more about the chat than the money, but we gotta do what we gotta do. You know what I mean? Soil said, perspective is reality, and your perspective is subjective. There you go. Just said there's no reason to believe in God. There's no good reasons to believe in God.
It's so silly. I mean, what if I'm wrong? So what a great reason to be religious. just in case a devil in hell is going to poke my ass with a pitchfork amid the burning flames if I'm wrong. I mean, what God would want you if that was your reason for doing it? Why can't we just be a good person for the sake of it? And other than that, I think life is just about killing time till you die. Have a good time, be a good.
See, and again, that's the type of, well, you just wait until you die. Well, that's what the religious people think about this life because they're waiting for the afterlife. They're waiting for heaven. You should be realizing, especially as an old fuck, that your days are limited and that you should be more spiritual about that which you actually have, a life, a fantastic life. You are rich beyond most people will ever be. And it's just a waiting room for you? I know you're trying to get, you're not doing it. You're not doing it. You're not doing it.
Good person, not in that order. Be a good person first, but you can manage both. I don't feel like I owe my life to anybody, but I do feel like I've been fortunate. Like when I look at all the 8 billion people in the world, of all the lives I could have pulled, this was a pretty good one, you know? There were things I would have liked. I should have been 6'2", but God fucked up. So
tell me about it.
You know, basically, if I had to go back into the reincarnation bin and pull another life, I'd be scared to do it because, you know, I like this one. Even with all the stuff that's been, you know, no life is not, it doesn't have pain in it and things that you mostly regrets of things, you know, I wish I did differently. I mean, I wish I had the brain I have now in my 29-year-old body because I wouldn't have gotten engaged that night because I knew that certainly was not going to work. But you're going to have more kids? You said you want more.
I'd have 20 if I could.
But what do you mean if you could? Your wife doesn't want more.
My wife, same age as me. No, she's done. She's
done more than.
She's not 20. Like, I mean, I got you, everybody, Joe. So I mean, I think we kind of get what happened here, right? I think it's very clear that we saw the smugness and the arrogance of Bill Maher show up in such an obvious way that you have such a big name guest on your show, and we can see how you don't treat it with you don't treat it with any type of respect, and it's just sad. It's just sad. And then, you know, when other people see you behave this way and think this way, and they attribute it to me, it's not really confusing why people don't want to accept anybody who doesn't have a God. What a disappointment. But I will say that, you know, PBD showed up and did the damn thing despite having I mean, he's got to be furious. Except for the fact that this is great content for him. Not great content, but content that makes him look good. I mean, it's frustrating how much influence he really does have. But that just shows why we need to gain that much influence and more. And if you are not willing to put your name and your face and your whatever behind these values, these ideas, make sure you're supporting somebody who is. So I want to thank you guys so much for hanging out. Let's go. We had a tie with the comments of the night. First, Dietrich was going after Chester. Damn, that one hit hard. But Zippy also came in and was like, Bill does not like pigs, but definitely lives like one. And then, of course, thank you. Shout out to Guam Tech. And then our sponsors of the stream, Indie Film. Shout out to Zippy, The Strange with the gifted membership, and your girl with her first ever super chat to ya boy, soil to soul. Guys, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. You have no idea. You have no idea how much I appreciate you guys. Thank you, brother. And you know, I needed this. I needed this. I had a bad day. I had a stressful day, and there hasn't been a lot going on that in terms of streaming I could really sink my teeth in. But you guys showed up. They showed up. We did the damn thing. Let's hit the after party. Thank you so much again. Once again, this is Marty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense, live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Until then, I am out of here. Peace.